the 2023 presidential election, Omokri was a vocal critic of Tinubu, referring to him with various derogatory terms while in a 2023 interview, which has resurfaced online, with Shehu Akimbaluye. Omokri explicitly stated that he would never work with Tinubu because working with him goes against his principles. Let's take a look.
If Olambo approaches you to work with him, would you?
It will never happen.
Okay, which one? Which of the scenarios? Him approaching you or to work with him?
Oh my gosh, I don't want to betray privilege. Somebody from Bola Tinubu's camp has already reached out to me, and I told the person that, look, it cannot happen. I can't do it. It's just against my principles. I'm not. Some people can do that. It's not in my DNA. I can't do it. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I wish Bola Tinubu well if he eventually is sworn in and then the courts uphold his victory. But I can never work with him.
I can never work with him. Let me take some reactions. This person wrote on X.
Nke anyị yọrọ ọsịsọ.
He can never work with Tinubu. Not maybe. Not let's see. He said never. Today, the same Reno is dancing like someone that just won a visa lottery because he has been nominated as an ambassador. This is why Nigerians don't take these loud online philosophers seriously. Their never has an expiry date. Their principles only work when there is no appointment or money on the table. The moment opportunity shows face, their conscience goes on sabbatical. Reno didn't just U-turn. He did a full spiritual somersault from it's not in my DNA to your excellency, sir. When do I resume? Now, these kind of people, they preach integrity for social media. Shame on the pathological liar. Well, the People's Democratic Party has asked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to withdraw the list of 23 ambassadorial nominees, describing it as a diplomatic all-time low. In a statement, the PDP said the nomination list represents a mockery of Nigeria's foreign service and an embarrassment to the nation's diplomatic tradition. The opposition party argued that some of the nominees lack the requisite diplomatic experience and competence to represent Nigeria effectively on the global stage. Well, in the same vein, an old video of Femi Fani Coyote verbally attacking a journalist has resurfaced online. His nomination as Nigeria's ambassador designate in the 2020 video. Calling him stupid for asking him a question about who was bankrolling his store of southern Nigeria. Let's take a look.
What type of stupid question is that? Bankrolling who? You know we are talking to, and I will not take any questions from this side. What kind of insulting question is that? Please don't insult me here. I don't want to take any questions from this man. Please to see from your face before you got here how stupid you are. Don't ever talk to me like that. You think you're talking to me. You're grown. You have a small mind. Very small mind. Don't judge me by your own standard. Don't ever try that with me again. No, please. See me well. Don't ever. All right? I have a short fuse. Okay? Don't.
Or the incident which sparked widespread condemnation at the time has now gone viral again as Nigerians question whether someone with such temperament is fit to represent the country diplomatically. Critics argue that diplomacy requires restraint, respect, and communication skills qualities Femi Fani-Kayode clearly lacked in his treatment of this particular journalist, Dr. Bati?
Well, very quickly, while I don't want to focus on the personalities, earlier on this program, I tried to lay the critical areas of concern to identify them by saying, look, we have 109 missions. The president so far has appointed only 35. Now, for us to have a full picture, a comprehensive picture, and to be able to do a detailed assessment of the list, we'll need to see, what the figure is finally, and whether or not this should not have been prefaced by a review of the missions, because at a point in this same country, we could not pay diplomats, we could not provide accommodation. In fact, I recall one mission had electricity and water supply cut off because the Nigerian government could not meet its bills. So it's not as if it's some fancy thing to be an ambassador. The government must be able to provide the dignity that that office requires. We also raised the point about temperament, which you're talking about with Ambassador Joe Keshi when we interviewed him, and he was saying that temperament is important, but that what he sees on that list is a collection of the good, the bad, and the ugly. He was very willing to identify the good ones, but in terms of the ugly ones, he just made a general statement about former governors who should not, in fact, be seen in decent company after office, who will now go and become representatives. Now, I think it's also an important point, because you may well post some people to some countries and they will go there and carry placards, depending on where the wind blows. Even they may carry placards against Nigeria, or they will be having a diplomatic function. They can even go there and abuse key officials of the country, which will be a very serious diplomatic issue. Of course, the receiving host country, would have, under the Convention on Diplomatic Privileges and Immunities, can declare them persona non grata and expel them. The third point, of course, is that we are all concerned about this list, because Nigeria is not very popular in some parts of the world, and we want people who can represent us very well. The ambassador is a representative of the sovereign, or the sovereign state. Is also a personal representative of the president. So the president of Nigeria will say it is his prerogative to choose whoever he wants, and he has those powers under Section 177 of the 1999 Constitution. But we, as the people of Nigeria, I think we have every right to say whoever is going to represent us will not be people who will go and organize a riot, or go there to carry placards, or go there to abuse key officials in the host country and then bring embarrassment to Nigeria. It's still a long process. Finally, they say they will go through a security screening, they will go through Senate screening, and then, of course, the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs will have to write a letter to the host country to get an agreement, which is an agreement by the host country. And the host country can say, we don't want this character. So even if the screening fails here, it may not fail in some other countries. A Fani-Kayode, for example, cannot be sent to Israel or to the United States. So these are the issues. And up to the end of 2026, these ambassadors may not even be posted. It's a long process.
All right. Speaking about character, Dr. Bati said he did not want to focus on personalities, but that's really what's been making the news on social media. Before I come to you, Ayo, meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress has condemned the nomination of Professor Mamuji Yakubu, former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, as an ambassador designate. In a statement, the ABC described the nomination as inappropriate and insensitive, arguing that Yakubu presided over some of the most controversial elections in Nigeria's history. The party accused the former INEC chairman of overseeing flawed electoral processes that undermined democracy and eroded public trust in the electoral system, adding that rewarding Yakubu with an ambassadorial appointment sends the wrong signal and contradicts calls for accountability in public service. Well, the party has urged the Senate to reject Yakubu's nomination, stating that individuals who failed to deliver credible elections should not be rewarded with prestigious diplomatic positions. And I'll take a reaction, Ayo, before I come to you. Uncle Dips wrote on X.
That's supposed to be looking for
Did
the
you see
answer.
what
Fine,
happened
relax.
just
That's
now?
6.
Even though he is highly qualified and will likely do a great job, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu will be making a grievous mistake if he accepts this ambassadorial nomination after spending 10 years at the helm of INEC, supervising the election that brought the incumbent government to power. It will be highly irregular if he takes a job from the same government if he is bored. There are many universities that would be honored to have him taking a few classes. I mean, these are some of the pushbacks from those 3 personalities that I mentioned earlier in my statement, because obviously it was controversial. I mean, it became controversial over the weekend with many views you've seen from the PDP. We also saw from Delta State people condemning Renault mockery, and now of course Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who was responsible for bringing in this government to power. Your thoughts?
All right. In fact, maybe for some people might say that it's that last statement you made that has earned him this nomination, even though it's arguable that he's the one that brought in this current administration through the election. That a number of people argued as to whether or not it was free, fair, and credible, and had one of the highest election petitions before the tribunal during his tenure. And so a number of people criticized that and are saying that perhaps it's too short a time closer to the election and his retirement where he is seen to almost be rewarded for a job well done as INEC chair, even though a number of people disagree with that. Well, it's not just the 3 names that are contentious, because the names reflect the fact that people who handled their individual states incompetently, people who had cases with the EFCC for mismanagement of funds, people who do not have experience or expertise in these areas, people who have been known to go on social media to speak in ways that are not honorable by any way or form and are not befitting of the office of an ambassador, people who are known to have personal cases, you can say it's this personal life, but cases of domestic violence, allegations against them. These are the people that are being brought forward as ambassador nominees. And then you ask the question, with the population of 230 million Nigerians, these are the people, 32 of these are viewed that the president saw fit to nominate as ambassador, the chief diplomat in our foreign nations to represent and speak on behalf of the country. You begin to question the thought process of his advisors and the ability of the president to put people into positions. Don't forget that when he was running for election, he had said that one of his key strategies is teamship and his ability to identify talents and put brown pegs in round holes. But this is a misfit by a lot of standards, whether through character, through experience. And so people are asking, what is the process by which the president makes his decisions? That's number one. Remember the ministerial nominees as well. There was a lot of noise around that. And these were mainly political rewards when we needed expertise, particularly at a critical time like this in the nation's history. And so those are some of the things. Again, I hope the president might look into this, withdraw, but then take a critical look at those in his kitchen cabinet who are advising him to make such decisions to cause embarrassment to his government where a lot of people disagree with. Finally, let me say that unfortunately, this means that I've overshadowed those who actually are on merit. The 15 career ambassadors, we congratulate them. This is the work they have done. They have a lot of experience and they will bring it to bear in their work. So congratulations to all of them. And I'm hoping that this whole hula baloo will not overshadow what should be a glory moment for them based on the hard work they've done so far.
Well said. The story will continue to unfold. I would have loved your comment, but I'm sure that you have unpacked a lot during the course of the show. Well, in another development, former President Olusegun Obasanjo's fiery review of the insecurity plaguing Nigeria went viral over the weekend. Speaking at an event, Obasanjo issued a stern warning to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, urging him to decisively tackle banditry or risk international intervention. Obasanjo emphasized that the security situation has deteriorated to an unacceptable level, with communities living in fear and farmers unable to access their farmlands. Let's take a look.
We are being killed. We Nigerians, no matter what religion you belong to, no matter where you come from, no matter what profession, we Nigerians are being killed. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting us. We are part of the one community. If our government cannot do it, we have right to call on the international community to do for us what our government cannot do for us. And for anybody to say because we are people, belong to this religion, belong to this tribe, and then others who are cannot and acceptable exchange. Before I get government, I know we have capacity to pick up anybody in Nigeria who commits a crime anywhere.
Well, the former president's comments come amid escalating attacks by bandits across several states, resulting in killings, kidnappings, and displacement of thousands of Nigerians. Well, in another development, a 2024 interview featuring the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, has resurfaced on social media, in which Obasanjo recalls a meeting he had with the controversial Islamic cleric, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi. In the interview, Obasanjo recalls how Gumi met with boys as young as 13 who were completely wrecked by drugs. The former president emphasized that these are children who should be in school, but instead have no employment or a future. Let's take a look.
The first thing he said to me is that where those boys are, they fortified themselves. And if any security man says here or going there, it's lying. That's number one. Number two, he said what made him weak was boys of 13, 14, 15 years. They are soaked in drug and alcohol. They're correct. That's warriors. 20 million children that should be in school that are not in school. Those that have no employment, no job, and they see you in obscene affluence. What do you expect them to do?
Well, this interview explored the former president's insight on how to end bad governance in Nigeria and his alternative approaches to leadership. Online, people have wondered what this excerpt symbolizes, that one man can visit the terrorists where they are, but the Nigerian military hasn't done so in an impactful way. I mean, we did discuss this, I believe, last week in detail, even how, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi is able to meet with the bandits, negotiate on behalf of the federal government as well. But also the story I took about, Olusegun Obasanjo criticizing the Tinubu administration went viral over the weekend. But the presidency has responded, saying that he lacks the credibility to criticize the Tinubu administration. They said terrorism took root on your watch. This is what they claim at this point. Your thoughts?
This is, Oji, it's a very complex issue, especially when you look at sort of the historical moving pieces around it, because we can play the blame game for as long as we want. Because if we are to trace it back in history and we ask ourselves, what is the exact moment that we got to where we are, I think it's quite a fluid timeline. But having said that, from 1999, which is the beginning of the current democratic dispensation, we would have wanted to see change, and we thought certain things would be addressed. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that if you look at it historically and you see, the oil boom in the 70s, what really, for me, what I think is a turnaround point was the structural adjustment program in 1986, where suddenly people became economically disenfranchised. So what happens when you become economically disempowered? And the state takes away welfare. The government stops spending on the people. So suddenly everybody was exposed. And since then, we've seen less and less government assistance in the people's lives. People are asking, what does the government do for us? And that inadvertently will cause the rise of all of these malaises that we see now, whether it be insecurity, whether it be the young men they're referring to that are wrecked with drugs and so forth. You've left them vulnerable to that because you've removed the social security net that was supposed to capture them and that was supposed to ensure that we have a functional state. So the blame game, he can say that Tinubu should do this, you risk international intervention and so forth. No, that is incorrect. I think intervention is the wrong word and the wrong body language for us to take in this moment. We've already gone beyond that. We've already gone the path of diplomatic engagement. We've gone the path of creating a joint working group that is supposed to collaborate, and we're supposed to get assistance with intelligence and so forth. And I think most well-meaning Nigerians have accepted the fact and embraced the fact that these solutions can only be Nigerian-led. Even if there is collaboration and the Americans bring their technology and so on, how long is it going to stay here? How sustainable is it? Unless we're able to do something for ourselves that doesn't just do a fire brigade approach to the current crisis, but that we know in 10, 20 years will be sustainable. So, of course, there's the use of intelligence and military strategy, but then I still go back to the point of social security net. Let people feel that Nigeria looks after them and that there's hope and opportunity for them in Nigeria. And a lot of these things will resolve themselves naturally.
All right, Dr. Abati, I'd like your thoughts on President Olusegun Obasanjo in regards to the presidency's criticism, saying that he lacks the credibility to criticize the Tinubu administration. But before you comment on that, I'd like to take this. Well, a wave of abductions in Nigeria was highlighted by two separate high-profile incidents over the weekend in the village of Chako in Sokoto State. Terrorists conducted an overnight raid, kidnapping 13 women, including a bride and 10 bridesmaids, and an infant simultaneously in Kogi State. Gunmen attacked a newly established Cherubim and Seraphim church in Ejiba during an early Sunday service, abducting the pastor, his wife, and several other congregants, prompting worshippers to flee.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We can hide the meal. Church has been on mute for any day. About Lando. That is about those who should head of this church. About an umbrella. Àwọn èèyàn wà ní church tí wọ́n ti pa speaker wọn pa anything lórí agbègbè tó ń bà jáde ní ìtì àwọn èèyàn èdè nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ àdúgbò ló ń gbọ́ àwa ní o.
Or both attacks underscore the worsening security crisis in Nigeria. And we're also learning that a truck transporting building materials crushed 4 school children and injured several others in Igalamela, Odolu local government area on Monday in Kogi State. The incident happened around 8:30 a.m. with residents saying that students have to trek through dangerous roads to access class in neighboring villages.
So we are calling on our Excellency Alhaji Usman Ododo to help us and build our own school, our own secondary school in Egoloye. We are tired of this thing. We are begging them. We are begging them. Come and build our own school. We many for Egoloye. We many.
Right, Dr. Abati, we're seeing not just the banditry, we're seeing insecurity because of lack of infrastructure. 4 of our children dead because they trek home. And their souls
So all these stories, whether it's from Sokoto or from Kebbi or from Kogi State or from anywhere else, we seem to reinforce the established narrative that insecurity is a major threat to progress and development in Nigeria. And we keep having these episodes, even an escalation, in recent times, attacks here and there, both on Muslims and also Christians, because I keep making the point, and we are all victims.
Yeah.
And this was the main point of the editorial in the Financial Times, that all Nigerians are in trouble with regard to security. And it's because they argue successive governments have failed in many regards. But to go quickly to the point you raised about what President Obasanjo said, the substance of it is one. President Obasanjo was speaking at the Carol Service Christmas Praise Festival in Jos. Yeah. And he made a point there that, look, this problem that we have in the country, if government cannot solve the problem, there's nothing wrong in asking for help from the international community. And the logic behind it is that terrorism, banditry, insurgency, these are cross-border global issues, that we're dealing with in this particular regard. Now, the second point was the point he made in the interview about his encounter with Sheikh Gumi. Now, President Obasanjo was in office 1999 to 2007. He spent 2 terms in office. Now, during that period, the Boko Haram issue had not become such a big problem. And now, with the benefit of hindsight in that interview, he was saying that, look, during his time, he was able to use technology and move very fast to suppress it.
Which is what we need now.
But over the years, the things got worse. And he was recommending that, look, now you have drones.
Elevate your every day with David Lloyd Clubs.
You can use technology, and you just have to find the political will, and you can do it.
Right.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that recommendation. After all, we just had the professor of the Internet of Things, Professor Iwendi, and he was supporting what President Obasanjo said. This idea that if anybody makes any suggestion, the best thing is to attack the person and abuse the person. And Sunday Dare, who is himself a journalist, will say, it's an irony that his President Obasanjo is making recommendations. After all, he took root under his watch. But President Obasanjo's point is that he used technology to check it. And we're in the age of AI. You can even do better with technology. That seems logical.
I agree with you. And also speaking about technology, the Nigerian Army has recently demonstrated significant success in its operations across Borno State by rescuing 12 teenage girls aged 15 to 20 who were abducted by Boko Haram ISWAP terrorists while harvesting crops in the Musa district of Askira Uba local government area following a swift intelligence-led operation. In a separate action, troops of the 28th Task Force Brigade successfully thwarted a planned midnight attack on Chibok communities by over 300 terrorists over the weekend, defeating the multi-front assault through a combination of swift intelligence, tactical maneuver, and superior firepower during a fierce firefight that lasted over 2 hours, preventing the terrorists from breaching the security of their adjoining towns. Well, we commend the military here. Both operations underscore their combat readiness and commitment to securing Borno State. Well, the Nigerian Army say that the 12 rescued girls are receiving medical and psychological support before being reunited with their family. Good news. Finally, some good news. We're getting more of these good news and rescue efforts by our Nigerian military. Kudos to the Nigerian Armed Forces. Now under milestones. Vice President Kashim Shettima paid a condolence visit to Zainab Abba Folawiyo on the passing of her only son, Olusegun Awolowo Jr., whose death was announced by the family last week. During the visit, the Vice President spent time with Folawiyo describing her son as an asset to Nigeria, whose passing has created a significant void.
Say, friend, if your compatriot
and a contemporary. We are here at the edges of the president to condone Agia in Malawi. And we're earlier on at his family house in Turkey to condone the family for the immediate and extended over the sad demise of our friend from Kate. And God grant the family the possibility to bear the irreparable loss.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has also expressed his sadness over the passing of Chief Obafemi Awolowo's grandson, with the president calling it a tragic loss to the family as well as the entire country. May his soul rest in peace. Our thoughts are with the family as they prepare to lay Segun Awolowo to rest this week, beginning with a night of tributes this evening. May your soul rest in peace. More on the milestone. We celebrate Nigeria's football administrator, extraordinary. Amaju Melvin Pinnick, who turns 55 years old today, December 1st. A recipient of National Honors, OFR, Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, Pinnick has rewritten the rule book of Nigerian football administration with groundbreaking achievements that have elevated Nigeria's standing in global football governance. He made history as the first and only Nigerian to be re-elected president of the Nigeria Football Federation for a second term. Beyond Nigeria's shores, Pinnick broke new ground when he was appointed first vice president of the Confederation of African Football, the first for any Nigerian. His global footprint in football governance is unmistakable. At the 2018 World Cup in Russia, Pinnick became the pioneering Nigerian to commission 5 matches, including the prestigious semi-final and third-place match. He currently serves as deputy chair of the FIFA Senior Men's Competitions Committee, overseeing the Senior Men's World Cup again, a first for Nigeria. Pinnick also serves as presidential advisor to the president of CAF, cementing his influence in African football. Well, he has cemented his influence in African football, from leading the Nigerian Football Federation to shaping African and global football governance. Amaju Pinnick has proven that Nigerian excellence extends beyond the pitch. We at Arise News wish Amaju Pinnick a very happy 55th birthday. He's a friend of the house as well, obviously. We wish there are implications. You said you all are invited tonight to your birthday party. But I'd love to thank you all for your great analysis, as always, on what's trending. Again, happy birthday, Melvin Amaju Pinnick. But that's all I have for you guys. And what's trending today? I'll see you all tomorrow.
There's so much blockbuster entertainment on Paramount Plus, it's unskippable. No.
Something good.
Wild West.
That's your ass.
Yeah, the situation's going to be. So I'm not going to tell you what to do, but
Joining us now is Oji, which story is trending around the world. Hello, Jenny.
Good morning, Dr. Abaka.
Every day of the week.
You know, it doesn't feel feel like Friday. What's happening? Too much. Well, all right. It is my favorite day of the week. Good morning, Bimbai. Morning, Jenny. Good morning. Ruby on fire. How are you this morning?
Morning.
Well, all right. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending by discussing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Democracy Day speech at the National Assembly. Well, on Thursday, the president, while addressing lawmakers, urged Nigeria's security agencies not to harass citizens or criticizing his government, reaffirming his commitment to protecting democratic rights, particularly the right to free speech. The president told Nigerians in his speech that they could call him names and he will still stand up for democracy to defend citizens' rights to do so.
The usual, please, brother. So-called lemonade? Make yourself comfortable.
There's so much blockbuster entertainment on Paramount Plus, it's unskippable. Nope.
Something good.
Wild West.
You bet your ass.
Yeah, listen to me, so I'm not going to tell you what to do, but...
Let's take a look.
Do not be afraid that there are unkind words spoken against you. Some of the best advice a politician gets sometimes comes from his most ferocious opponents, if they think well though. We do not seek silence because the imposed silence of regret for this brings chaos and ill will, while malicious slander and libel should not go unattended. No one should bear the brunt of injustice for merely writing a bad report about me or call me names. Democracy requires a fair degree of tolerance for harsh words and stinging insults, particularly when they are paid because of their losses. Call me any name. I'm not here to make you happy. Politically, and I will still call upon democracy to defend your right to do so.
Well, all right, fantastic. I'd like to take a reaction, if we can pull up that reaction. And this person wrote, that's the spirit of true democracy, where we don't have to agree to coexist. Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging every Nigerian's right to speak, even when opinions differ. We'll keep holding on to that freedom as we push for a better Nigeria. I think that's a very positive reaction and good for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to say that, he defends the right to free speech. Well, in that full address, Tinubu also paid tribute to the heroes of Nigeria's democracy, including MKO Abiola, and highlighted his administration's efforts in economic reform and national security. He urged lawmakers to support his pro-industry and pro-agriculture legislative agenda, stating that he wants to make agriculture sexy by introducing tractors. We saw that story, make agriculture sexy. I love that comment. It did trend all over social media. Meanwhile, a former Bayelsa State governor, Seriki Dixon, criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Thursday over the emergency rule in River State and the continued suspension of Governor Sim Fubara in celebration of the 26th anniversary of democratic rule. Dixon said the president missed the chance to redeem his government and clear it of wrongdoing, adding that Tinubu cannot celebrate democracy while suppressing it in River State. Let's take a look.
But you cannot be celebrating democracy. You cannot be planting yourself as a Democrat on the one hand, and on the other hand, be trampling democracy under your big presidential push. The president missed a golden opportunity to raise and deepen democracy in Nigeria by restoring on today's democratic days democratic and normal civil constitutional rules in Rivers State. Of all the things the president said, the president was silent about Rivers State. And today is about democracy. It's not because of Kubara's nationality. It's not about Kubara's party, if you have any. And these days, you can't even be sure which party people belong to. But these are issues about respecting the democratic rights of the people of Rivers State under the Constitution. So I'm disappointed, firstly, that the president never said a word about the undemocratic developments in Rivers State, which he has enabled, which he has brought about, which he has sanctioned, and which he continues to support, and creating an impression as if all is well. No. As long as any part of Nigeria is under military rule, democracy is endangered in Nigeria as a whole.
Verify. I think Dixon there is on point.
Very, very on point. In fact, more than on point. And we've always said this. President Tinubu claims he's a Democrat. But are some of the things he has done, are they democratic in nature? No. The state of emergency is one, and it's a dark spot. But on the flip side, you still saw Fubara going to visit him and say that you go to him. Probably things are panning out, he might return soon. But the fact that that was done in the first place is a blight on this country. Because if I remember correctly, the same President Tinubu did make his voice heard when Olusegun Obasanjo did the same. In fact, the argument then was the reason why Olusegun Obasanjo could do the same was because he had a military path. Then Goodluck Jonathan also did the same, but not at this level of removing the government. And people argued. And now President Tinubu, that is totally civilian, has also done the same. So Terake Dixon is 100% correct. The next point I'm going to make this morning is also, in as much as I thank the president and I appreciate him for recognizing these people, it's also the loud omissions we saw in that list. I have a lot of people that I'm happy about in that list, the likes of Kiki. And like I told him, I will no longer call him Kayode Komolafe Kiki again. I will call him OON. And anytime I call him that OON, there are implications. That's just it. So OON. So I'm happy about that. But the loud omissions, people like Showore. Showore was a man that used his youth to fight for this country and fight for democracy. If his Showore is about 54 today, he was about 22 years of age then, right, when he was fighting. The likes of Dele Momodu that had to run, the likes of Kayode Fayemi, the likes of the entire crew of Kudirat Radio.
Right. Speaking about Showore, about his thoughts about defending free speech, because Showore has been one of those huge critics of this administration. What did you make of the president's comment about
the president can talk. There's a difference between speech and action. Oji, I tell you this. Do you know how many cases of journalists that wrote stories that have been put in security gulag that have had to intervene? Is it because we don't come out and say most of these cases in public that we've had to intervene? That's why a lot of people criticize me and say, "Rufa, you don't do anything on this." They don't know the things I do to repair this government's image in the background. And I will just call those in authority and say, "See, if this is coming, it's going to be a blight on administration. So fix it once and for all." Do you know how many I have dealt with? So the president can talk about right to free speech. Are the people working for him, do they listen to what he says? Don't they have their own mindsets?
Combining multiple picks and setting your odds. William Hill's new racing bet builder.
Yeah, Mr. Prince prints business cards, but we also print these, and those, And a great that. We print your brand on everything so customers can notice you, remember you, and fall in love with you. If you need it, we print it at vistaprint.co.uk.
And that's why I put it. Do you know how many I have just said, please, if this gets out, you will not like the blight on your administration. So please, the president can say, what do you expect me to say? He will say, no, you can abuse me all you want. But it's in the implementation, like they say, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. So it's not just about it's standing up tall. And that's why we stand up against the president when the state of emergency thing happened. The likes of Daily Moore, the likes of Papa Femi Ojodu. Yes, some people argue that I had been given national honor before, but these are people that should be appreciated. And I'll also say to Ekobaya Onanuga, a big congratulations to Ekobaya Onanuga, because he truly deserves it. Ekobaya Onanuga suffered for democracy in this country, and I give him his honor. It doesn't mean I don't disagree with him on his side. So, congrats, sir.
Well, the president also mocked opposition parties, stating that it was indeed a pleasure to witness the parties in disarray. He advised them to examine their internal processes rather than blaming the APC for their crisis, dismissing the notion that the APC is attempting to establish a one-party state. Tinubu highlighted his own history as a lone progressive governor resisting a one-party state attempt in 2003. He added that the APC would be guilty of political malpractice if it refused to accept those seeking to join the party.
At this point, I plead for your indulgence so that I may put a terrible rumor to bed. To those who ring the alarm that the APC is intent on a one-party state, I offer you a most personal promise. While your alarm may be as a result of their panic, it rings an error. At no time in the past, nor any instance in the present, and at no future junction, shall I view the notion of one-party state as good for Nigeria.
But still on Democracy Day, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi took a swipe at the Tinubu administration, accusing it of hypocrisy and playing politics instead of addressing the needs of Nigerians. Speaking at the press conference in Abuja on Thursday, Obi said the government has spent the last 2 years manipulating narratives and shifting blame rather than delivering measurable progress. Let's take a look.
It is most troubling that in 2 years in office, the present government has brought our nation to the point where our leaders now celebrate and endorse failure, lies, and propaganda. The government today, rather than show genuine accountability and measurable progress, focuses on manipulating the narratives, gaslighting the public, shifting blame, and weaponizing governance. Meanwhile, Nigerians live in a worsening and worrisome insecurity, widespread corruption, hunger, and general despondency. There are no clear benchmark for measuring tangible development as we continue to witness the collapse of key indicators like education, healthcare, and poverty alleviation, which are the parameters for measuring national progress.
All right, Dr. Abati, opposition leader there, saying that the Tinubu administration is playing politics. Is what we've been hearing.
Well, the thing to note, because some people may make the comment and say, why is Peter Obi making the rounds? He has appeared on our live channels, TVC, News Central, and all of that. Waziri Adamawa Atiku Abubakar also issued a statement on the occasion of June 12th. The thing to realize here is that this June 12th is for all of us. It's not only government, it's not only the ruling party that has the right to comment on it. And that's why you have opposition leaders also expressing their views. Earlier on, we quoted Engineer Yabagi Sani of the ADP. Now we have Mr. Obi on the screen if you check the papers, you also see statements by other leaders, including Waziri Adamawa Atiku Abubakar. Now, what did Mr. Peter Obi say? He said, look, 20 million Nigerians, according to WHO, have mental issues. And that's a frightening figure in a country where most of your psychiatrists, they've gone into political appointments, or some of them have abandoned psychiatry. They are running barbing salons or hotels, or they have become farmers. 20 million in this population. The figure may even be more than that, because the way some people behave, you see that they actually need the help of a psychiatrist. Mr. Peter made a point that, look, Nigeria has the largest number of children suffering from malnutrition. I guess he must have been quoting UNICEF. He says there is a hunger in the land. We don't need to be told that there is hunger in the land. He says there is poverty in the land, walking on stilts. We don't need to argue with him over that. In other words, he was confronting us at that press conference with the reality that, look, Nigeria is still a work in progress. Where people may disagree with him is to say, what you do politics. That may be a very harsh assessment of the administration. And I think the administration has done a very good job in the last few weeks of advertising what it has been doing. Even the legislature, we have 2 senators on this program this morning. They were very defensive in saying that the National Assembly has been very productive. But I don't want to go into the details of helping the Tinubu administration to counter what Mr. Peter Obi has said. There are enough people who have been employed to do that job, and I believe that in due course they will come forward. But it's good to have both sides of the coin. More so, as President Tinubu says, he doesn't mind criticism. More so, as he says, you can call me names. It's your right. I will defend your right to call me names. What is not allowed is malicious slander or libel, and that is the point to be made. And I think that President Tinubu, that portion of his speech should be specially carved out, and copies of that portion of his speech made available to all the people working for him, including ministers who like to abuse people, including governors who like to arrest anybody that criticizes them on social media. That look, this is the spirit of the Tinubu administration: tolerance, unity, people realizing that other people have rights, and that right includes the right of bystanders and busybodies like us. So the president has empowered us now. Go ahead and talk. Criticize me. I'm ready. So you have been energized. You have been empowered by the president. Everybody that says, who will tell him, the man who has appointed you has given us the power. He has reminded us of our right under the Constitution. No, but the president spoke publicly. No, he slandered and the president said, no, but slander and libel. But I think the spirit of it, tolerance, no dictatorship, no one-party state. I think that the president spoke well along those lines. Yeah, and the father, look, robust democracy, participatory democracy. That is the spirit. It's now for the president to walk the talk and call people who do not believe in his ideas to order, to behave themselves. Otherwise, that would be an endorsement, a presidential endorsement to do otherwise of banality and gagaism.
Well, all right. Rimba, your comments on all the stories before we head over to LBC.
Well, very quickly, I felt that Democracy Day could have taken a more of a unifying tone. I think that people were looking forward to hearing a message of encouragement. Yes, it's not the president's duty to help the opposition. The opposition is in disarray and they need to get their house in order. However, in the spirit of the day, I think that those who are accusing him of politicizing the day somewhat may be more in order because the bystanders were really looking forward to something more, something that deepens the spirit of democracy. Having said that, the statements by Senator Seriake Dixon, which were very much on point, there's a picture circulating online right now, I'm sure it will soon be verified, of Governor Simfobara sitting on the same couch as Minister Nyesom Wike as we await developments. Yesterday would have been a fantastic day to announce that all is well, the issues have been settled. However, this is the sticking point that we continue to wait for resolution. Another of the sticking points in the spirit of free speech is that op-ed that was shared by the diplomatic community, which spoke to the issues around the Cybercrime Act and highlighted the case of Dele Farotimi, which remains an issue that will be highlighted under this administration. It's on their track record. So it's very important that this administration is able to do all that's necessary to ensure that there's no recurrence of such instances and that the words spoken by the president, as Dr. Abati has said, as Rufai has already said, are lived, and that those who work beneath him and around the administration also walk the talk.
Okay. Interpretation of the Yoruba adage I was saying, Bami no more Miko Dino Lomel means when somebody says, help me beat and discipline my child, they don't really mean it. Be careful. That's all I said.
All right, I'll say we're in a democracy and we'll just continue to observe the rules of democracy. We'll head over to Ogun State now, where some attendees at the just concluded Ojude Eba Festival in Ijebu-Ode are suffering from several degrees of burn injuries after an explosion rocked the festival. There are at least 5 people who are injured that are receiving medical care. There's the moment the explosion occurred.
Sounds like virtual time and fun. Exclusive games you won't find anywhere else. Play Mojo.
This was really hard to watch, and this story has been trending for over a week since the Ojude Eba Festival, happened. We know that the injured people are all members of the Kuku family. Our international correspondent Adefemi Akinzoya visited the Oluola Specialist Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, where there were at least 3 victims in the room. She spoke to one of the victims, and despite the severity of the injuries, the speaker insists there will still be a gun beater at the next year's Ojude Oba.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah for our life. Next year, I am going to use 2 guns. That our family gun. I'm going to do another one too. I will use my left hand and the second hand to shoot one like this. By special grace of Almighty Allah, we have a lot of guns that we are shooting. And bullet, they call it that in Yoruba H2. Are you getting me? In that our family, we are like 10 actors that we are shooting gun. We know how to shoot gun very well. That local gun. And we are ready to gather ourselves to loot. Immediately we enter palace. we have triggered a lot. And the time that they call us to be participating from Ojidova, so we're ready to start doing the dramatic. As we just opened it like this, we just saw light come from nowhere, no traces. And the light caused all this injury to us. We are about 18 people in only one family of Baloguku. So what I just saw last. So everybody collapsed. And they just rushed into this hospital.
Well, this was really a sad incident, bad. This is terrible, especially after, all the beautiful fanfare that we saw. It was a wonderful outing, but just a reminder that as this wonderful festival continues to grow in scale, because the popularity is skyrocketing, there are reports of those coming from the diaspora who want to be a part of this. So many people who've never, people who are not even Yoruba or from Ogun State came in for the purposes of this festival. So this is just a reminder of us trying to scale our crowd control, our coordination, all the other logistics around such an occasion to meet this demand. This type of incident was preventable, very unfortunate. I remember I was speaking to somebody and I was saying that, also when the Calabash Carnival started, it started small, it's humble beginnings. Ojude Oba is not a new festival, but this newfound popularity thanks to social media and so forth means that maybe there would need to be a rethink. As much as, yes, it's important for it to be centered around the King's Court, maybe they need to create a carnival route similar to what you have in Calabar, where there's lots of free area for the various processions to be able to move about, and so that there's a little bit of space and distance between the various the various groups and those who need to do their fireworks, their gun beating, and so forth. It really needs to be regulated. Yes. Because it has just sort of, exploded in population. Don't mind the pun. Yes. It has exploded, and I wish them a speedy recovery. I do too. I mean, like you've said, the need for regulation really is paramount. We did see that. Most festivals are crowded like that, but such measures like explosives, I believe they were like, the fireworks display and all of that caused the sort of explosion that we saw. And like I said, our international correspondent Adefemi Akinsoya is following up on the story, and she's visiting the people at the site. Do you want to say something?
Well, just to say that, we hope that lessons will be learned from this particular incident, and precautions will be taken in subsequent festivals. Yes. Simply to say that nobody should come to the Ujude festival with fireworks or crackers, to learn from this experience. Because the thing is to prevent a reoccurrence. And we hope that the state government will collaborate with the organizers to make sure that the persons who were injured get the best possible care. Thank you. That was exactly what I was calling for the state government. I believe that the specialist hospital, like I mentioned, Uluola Specialist Hospital, some victims are there. So we do call on the state governor to provide some support for those people. Now, we have seen the story of the lone survivor of the Air India plane crash, which crashed near the airport in Ahmedabad city in Western India on Tuesday. The Air India flight was en route to London Gatwick Airport in the United Kingdom with 242 people on board. The lone survivor, a British citizen, who was a passenger on 611A, was identified as Vishwash Kumar Ramesh. He was said to have jumped off the plane before it crashed. I mean, I think that this man, I don't know how he will tell his story for the future, but I believe that, this is one story that it is so rare to see. I mean, when we saw that plane crash, we were like, God, please. And then we find out that one person was able to jump off that plane, but also the conversation around Boeing, the conversation around safety, the conversation about the reoccurrence of these crashes, Rufai.
Okay. One thing is certain, this man's life will never remain the same. We pray he gets well. What about those that have lost their life? Our soul goes on to them. His brother also. He's going to be the subject of many documentaries in the days to come. Many top media outlets will be wanting interviews for him. He could even make a killing from those interviews by telling the stories and many documentaries. So his life will tremendously change. He's going to be a celebrity of some sort, but from a disaster like this. One thing is certain in all of this, we still want to see what will be done, how the DNA that have been pieced together will be able to get the other families. CNN 18, a CNN subsidiary in India, owned by Mushkef and did a fabulous job at it. They went to one of the crash site of the plane, actually, the medical hostel, and they showed the bags and the luggages of the people that passed in that plane crash. Very sad. He was brave enough. I think he wasn't even supposed to sit at that seat. Something happened, his seat was swapped. Then, before the plane landed, he saw the opportunity, activated the emergency door, jumped out.
Within 30 seconds.
Within 30 seconds, and all of that. So that was why I was safe. And when that happened, he's been living to tell the story. There's a lot of video making around. I think it was from Daily Mail showing that somebody was even talking that the plane had.
There's so much blockbuster entertainment on Paramount Plus, it's unskippable. No.
So they're good.
Wild West.
You bet your ass.
Yeah, the situation developing. So I'm not going to tell you what to do, but
started to fly, how things were not working in the plane, how the screens were not working and all of that.
Somebody who took the flight from New Delhi to Ahmedabad before it took off from Ahmedabad.
Before it crashed. How things were not working in the plane. Some analysts have talked about they probably had a problem with the lift, but I would like to say let's wait till Friday to record that before all of that is examined. Like you said, Narendra Modi is on ground. Let's see how all of this pans out. Let's see what the rescue mission is going to be like, and how we can, continue to get to the end of this. But like you said, this is a bad one for Boeing. Boeing has been high on the stock. But in all fairness, Dreamliner has a very good safety record. So probably what happened, I think more investigation will be called out.
Dr. Bati, we have to take our milestones.
Okay, just wanted to say the investigations have started. The British are helping. Tata Group owns Air India. They are promising a compensation for each family of about 56,000 pounds, for every victim in that incident. But the tragedy will not be mitigated by compensation for families. And then Boeing, of course, is in the news again, in a negative manner.
Right. Like we say, may the souls of those that lost their lives in that Air India crash may rest in peace. Let's take our story on the milestone, highlighting the distinguished Nigerians, both living and dead, who played crucial roles in the nation's struggle for democracy. On Thursday, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu conferred national honors on 66 Nigerians called the Democracy Heroes. Well, among the prominent posthumous recipients is Major General Shehu Musa Yaradua, a former chief of staff, supreme headquarters, and a key figure in Nigeria's military and political history. He was awarded the highest national honor, the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic. Shehu Musa was the leading pro-democracy advocate. In the 1990s, he was imprisoned by the Abacha regime and died in detention. And we have the late Kudirat Abiola, wife of the late MKO Abiola, was posthumously honored with the Commander of the Federal Republic. Kudirat Abiola was a pro-democracy activist who became a prominent voice against military rule during the 1990s and was assassinated in 1996 for her activism. President Tinubu also honored Professor Humphrey Mosu, who was the chairman of the defunct National Electoral Commission for the June 12, 1993 election, Nigeria's freest and fairest election. He was honored with the Commander of the Order of the Niger. His honor comes after a motion to immortalize him by naming the INEC headquarters in Abuja after him was rejected by the Senate. President Tinubu also honored environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa, who led the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people campaigning against environmental degradation in the Niger Delta. He was awarded the commander of the Order of the Niger. Ken Saro-Wiwa was executed in 1995 under the Abacha regime. Saro-Wiwa was honored with other 8 members of the Ogoni 9 who were granted full presidential pardons. Now, among the living recipients included Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka, who was awarded the Grand Commander of the Order of Niger, Nigeria's second highest national honor. Soyinka has been a vocal critic of military and civilian dictatorship in Nigeria. President Tinubu also honored human rights lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, known for his fearless legal advocacy during military regimes and beyond. He was conferred with the commander of the Order of the Niger, veteran journalist and founder of Vanguard newspapers, one of Nigeria's most respected journalists and publisher, Sam Amuka Kwemu, also known as Uncle Sam. He was honored with the commander of the Order of the Niger. Well, as he celebrates his 90th birthday today, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has paid tribute to the elder statesman, who he says remains a shining example of dedication, resilience, and integrity within the media industry. Well, another veteran journalist is our very own ombudsman, Kayode Komolafe, who was awarded the Officer of the Order of the Niger for his contributions to journalism and public discourse. Kayode Komolafe has served in editorial leadership roles at this state and other prominent media platforms. President Tinubu also honored Bayo Ononuga, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's special advisor on media and publicity. He was honored with the commander of the Order of the Niger. Bayo is also a veteran journalist and co-founder of the news magazine, known for its bold reporting during the military era. Now, finally, on our milestone list is Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Uba Sani, who was honored with the commander of the Order of the Niger in recognition of his tireless contributions to democracy and national development. Sani was detained multiple times during Nigeria's struggle for democratic governance. He is the only serving governor included in this year's National Honors List. A huge, huge congratulations to all of those people that I just mentioned and the 66 Nigerians that were honored. I know Dr. Abati and Rufai has had an opportunity to speak about the honorees. I'll give you the floor for about 30 seconds if you can.
I think, most that needs to be said has been said. Some of the things that stand out to me are, number one, the number of media people that we see in this list just goes to remind you of the importance of media and independence of media, boldness of media in ensuring that democracy remains a reality and that it continues to thrive and deepen. So I think, and then very quickly on Ken Saro-Wiwa as well and the Ogoni 9 and the pardoning that has happened, it's hugely significant, but many might say that more still needs to be done because deeper investigations also need to happen. So overall, I think
I would personally like to congratulate our ombudsman. Of course. Kayode Komolafe, he should know. Mr. KK, he should know that what? It has implications. Huge implications. Not a small thing. Congratulations to all the honorees. We'll take our good news report now, highlighting the late Afrobeat legend, Fela Anikulapo Kuti, who has been inducted into the 2025 Grammy Hall of Fame for his iconic 1976 album, Zombie.
FC26, crazy.
They've updated loads of stuff.
Big update.
The competitive gameplay is insane.
FC even updated remounts. Yeah, they should just do everyone's suggestions.
Why don't they just do sales?
Monteco. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Alon. I'm calling. I was in a place on Sunday, and I just said, let me get in contact with you and discuss some issues. I'll be waiting for a call back. Thank you. S- Sarah. Mm.
can't remember the last time that the way I just feel because guys also got a very big class of Hello, beautiful people, welcome back.
Yesterday, I analyzed the video. What I want to say is they create a problem and they stop the use. Then they want to be some people of those. That's what they do. So that it has to be rising whereby transportation, insecurity, transportation, all of that. This truly believe Nigeria is damaged, irreparably damaged, and it cannot be fixed. I don't know if it's completely.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
What I can say, they create the problem and they start to then they want to be confused of the story. That's what they do.
Look at the hardship in the country, rising fuel price, constitution, insecurity, transportation, all of that. It's true. Nigeria is damaged. Damaged. And it cannot be fixed. But of this, from 50 to 100, what happens? Which you're not telling Nigerians about it.
So I will not come out and tell you that come on. If you think Nigeria, can you if people have selected or elected their people is working for you, operator for them, you are the president, you are all. There are people between for the right of the people. There is nothing to be blamed because before they took over in 2015, Nigeria was the number one economy. Everybody, welcome back to Abitration. This APC government has ownership. Since 2015, when they took over office from the CDC, it has been backwardness upon backwardness upon backwardness. Now, since we took over in 2023, we forgot that in a recent form, it's not APC predecessor. He is still blaming the former president, the late president, the one to be so the recent is very bad. Now, let's take that aside. Do you know that recently they are making able to just doing so much to let Nigeria know that he is working by not doing anything, but wants you guys to be president? But before we jump into the whole story of the day, I think guys want this interview where this particular APC man said that Tinubu has crashed the price of everything to this price. And I want to get to it.
Look at the hardship in the country, rising fuel price, constitution, insecurity, transportation, all of that. It's true. Let's go back. Mr. President,
Hello.
And when you are we can go back to that.
Yeah.
We acknowledge the election. We acknowledge
You missed the call.
that the gospel the promise Nigeria
Yeah.
is here to ensure that those things.
Am I speaking with Sarah?
With Christ. I give you an example. 2023, 2024. We started from 40,000 naira to that price. Look at that. It rose to 100,000 naira in 2024. If you go to the market today, and after today, September, you get 50,000. What do you think about it? It goes for this, a part of this, it's taken from 50 to 100, but that's it. Make sure not telling Nigerians about it. If you go to the part of Gary, it started from 30, it goes to about 70, it's back at 40. And then telling Nigeria. We talked about 12. Once upon a time, 12 was 100,000 naira, up to 1,200. Today, it's below 900. And I just heard by saying that that will be a price by quarter to 820,000 parts of Nigeria, or 850 in another part. So, if you are doing it with more private perspective, and you are finally going from spring as this government wants them to come spring, there will be competition. And what is the price?
According to him, bag of rice is this to this, bag of garri is this to this, bag of this, bag of this, bag of that, bag of this. Even before he came, what rice is this to that. This APC government, basic part is that they are just so adamant You know when somebody does nothing, or when a criminal robs you, I don't know how to account. You know when a criminal comes to rob you for a fight, and you cut him, you report some things and said, you don't praise me now, after everything I say now, because you're ahead. You know, this is what this episode is doing. Anyway, I want you guys to watch this particular video of video what they responded back to this APC government, and I want you guys to watch the two drivers. There are a lot of videos that you will see back and forth what these guys are saying.
All right, so for the past 2 days now, I've been getting from different they say, very that one. Tinubu is doing very good now in Nigeria. You are not talking about it. But any small bad which you talk about and they are not doing it. Now, I want to see this one. Yeah, all the people where they are taking a show. Now, if you notice, each of the says that man of God, one just out now. That lion is fighting. No be that man, that lion is fighting. So that man that is the little man. The people that cannot see beyond. I to call that man the king. You understand? People with the little man are not you. But guess what? Do you know that that lion actually came from inside his house? That lion is dead. You don't change the lion there. Now why the lion escape? You understand? Now why the lion escape? It's not the same thing, right? That lion really for what you want to and find you. You understand? That is what the Nigerian politicians are all about. That's what you they create a problem and they solve it a little bit and they claim to be. Whereas they are the architects of that problem. They create a problem. They just solve a little bit of the problem. Now, in this story, the little bit of the problem, yes, it said that from a own problem, own life. But guess what? It didn't completely save the woman. Because the woman has been traumatized and life half of her own time. So what's the problem? Go now to life. And to every other person who has a time, he is with you. That's what is happening now. Now, for the one of them, I need it's supposed to be the now guess what? Yeah. I do. Guess what? It's only one of the state. I don't even
Carry on.
Before ABC was went to Nigeria, the life was doing something that I was the class check. The one something. I was the right to I was the egg. The 309. One egg. One egg. One egg. That's the only thing don't put sign on to I was the guy. I was the guy. I was the guy. These are like normal things. I just want to buy one. Then you come and tell me that good person problem. But the Bola Tinubu created this problem. I can't pinpoint one thing to say this is what Bola Tinubu since he became president in Nigeria. You only thing what the same thing here, the next idea. I don't know whether the law completely expense out. That the money went so quick to the local government account. When you give local government some power, that's the only thing. I don't know if the rest is that's for this case, I'm still because I go around people are suffering. Because the more I'm going to do more work, people need more work, people say more work, and always support. If you stop this security commercial, we can make it. Just like people from Florida. Yesterday, like people from Florida. When we went to the door, about we have more stores. We should stop it. I said, the law is stop it. This was the demo. How much in their home? This way the people
Hello? Yeah?
I'm not against the
You are calling me from where? I'm listening.
Now, you watch this particular video of this. I also want you guys to watch this particular video on people challenge from Patrick. What he said, Mr. Patrick, what he said in this
Yes.
good, right? But I want you guys to know. We are observing the video because what is over 2015. Nigeria was the number one economy in Africa. 2 or 4. Now we are number 4. Come on. If you define Nigeria, can you see the international community?
Which company are you working with? With which company? Yeah. If you're working with Break Finance, go and refer to your file. If you refer to your file, you see what happened. Okay? If you're working in the Break Finance, go to the file and you will see what happened. Please, I have got nothing to do with your company. Okay? Your company is a fraudulent. Okay? Because they wanted to steal my money. They wanted to steal the money. That's what happened. Yes, they wanted to steal the money. I'll sit down.
against you, we didn't see it like this. But 8 years ago, it was in office. You see here what I said, that they were not a totally political. They were not like, you go to the don't go there. You know, for that, the foreign that your own family members are lamenting. What are you telling me? You know what you said, that we met a bankrupt economy. So who bankrupted Nigeria? What did you do? That the people of God, every year they go, and every year they go, that's the land economy. How can you try to talk about this? There is no argument with that. You don't know that. The economy has met it. All things that the freedom to regard the make of the and now he said he's back on fire. And then when he realized the feeling, he now started picking up the fire and started renovating the house. Who put the house on fire before? Was it not? So if you now realize your feeling and started renovating the house and rebuilding it, what did that happen to you? Who put the house on fire in the country? What are you doing? You promote the program and as you pray to that for time to revive it. That's the matter. What is that here? You promote the program, but you are inconsistent. And we are not telling you that we are from where we do from. Now, it is obvious that this government has nothing to offer to Nigerians. Remember, they said they want to construct 700 kilometers of road. What they could do is 30, and they want you guys to praise them after they have done so much. But meanwhile, all the special roads that linked to the 36 states, none of them is working, and this government is expecting you to clap for them. Now, they have corrected everything, the kind of commodity. They just remove of the state and put it somewhere else, and they want you guys to be clapping for them. Anyway, when they are talking this way, they want you guys to bear with them, like what people are saying, because you are doing a reform, you have to pass through this hardship for a better Nigeria. You are under the sun, you are this and that. Okay. If you want Nigeria to deal with it, so this also will have to deal with Nigeria that everybody that what Ibrahim Traore is doing in his country, looking about it, everybody is up. Their price, their salary, their income. So it really means so that you all of us will get the thing together and work. But unfortunately, they are putting you guys into a central body, but why then I enjoy. I want you guys to watch this particular video of his senator. What he said is very much that is not enough for me. How much do you earn at the time? I only pursue that for a purpose. In a year or a month, in a month, but still drinking contact. We think that is enormous. No, it's not us. You're not the only one. No, let's be honest. Do you know this one I have to find fuel? I have to travel to buy constituency. I have to maintain constituency of this. I have to visit the constituency. It's not enough. Now, according to him, for 2 million is not enough. That is just a slide of it. We will come back and let you guys know the actual amount that these people are receiving. But I also want you guys to watch this particular video of Rice TV News through the radar. The truth of the matter is, when the president said hardship is over, I think it is reckless and irresponsible. Look, we are going through hardship. Things are not better. Things are going from bad to worse. We have a problem. We are not solving the problem.
this what is parade about it used to be a colonial thing. There's no need for that. The most important thing is the speech that they make. But to the nation, that's the most important thing. So with that speech, however, I see a lot of efforts international facts and figures. But anyway, 65 years of Nigeria, we shouldn't be looking at 65 years of independence because we're not in the, for 30 years or more, 35 years. We're under military rule. Our independence was actually, our democracy was suspended for those years. So we should be looking at Nigeria since 1999, really. And that's really where we can figure out whether we're doing well or not. Yes. And what we have, frankly, if you look at what most observers have been saying, they've been consistent in saying that the 1999 Constitution is a fabrication of the military. It is a garrison mentality type of constitution. It does not represent democracy or growth. It has stifled our growth economically. It has made security worse. We have to restructure Nigeria. We have to review totally that 1999 constitution before we begin to make progress. For 26 years now, because we can't forget about the years before. For 26 years, we have been operating a constitution that has restrained economic growth by keeping most of the minerals in our country in what they call an exclusive list controlled by the federal government. For that reason, we have not seen growth in Nigeria because we have not gone into our resources to maximize our potential economically. We've depended on oil all these years. Oil is a wasting asset. It's going less and less every time. We have to diversify from oil. We have a solution to our problems in the recommendation of the 2014 contract. If we do not go back to that contract, we don't need another national contract. That recommendation is there. We need to waste time, energy, and money. We have a lot of recommendations. Number one, for the economy. You have to diversify the economy. And you have to develop power to the states. You cannot suspend that 1963 constitution and replace it with the 1999 constitution, which was drawn up by Abitration and Co. This is a military constitution. Just another one where they're going us back to taking us back to another military regime in 26 years since we said they have left office. By the way, the first man that took over 1999 was a military man too. Who had the military mentality? It doesn't matter. And in Nigeria, they form a member for political party. And all I want is progress for Nigeria. If we do not have the evolution of our to the state so that they can develop their own material resources and their human resources without having to get permission and support from the federal government. Look at the federal government now. Do you realize that we don't even have the federal government? There are many states in this country that are controlled by terrorists. Many states? Yes. Many areas. Do they not? Come on. Everybody knows that. Local government. Yeah, but areas, communities. So if you cannot even go into your community to control the community, because we don't have state police, anything can happen to anybody anytime. We are drifting into a failed state regarding our security. The Financial Times of London, I think it was about a year ago, they declared that we have security. Look at what happened to this young lady in Abuja. You know, I've written something about it. Everybody said the Cordova, so this is the young Cordova. So we look at the system, what happened there. What is coming, nobody can challenge them because we don't have security.
Can you walk anywhere in Nigeria and see police on the street except when they're collecting tolls, when they're harassing people for money in traffic? We don't have security. And then when the young lady was speaking about the national panic, according to the report we had, how quickly did the ambulance get there? When they got there, what kind of treatment did she get before she was transported to hospital? She was finished. Our system has broken down. We have not addressed these things since 1999. We need to go into serious consultation and serious work. The president now is playing games with Nigeria, telling us everything will be okay. Mayana, tomorrow. We will send that for long. We are not making progress. We are not doing our job.
You know, when I say something I have to tell you, oh, this or that, there we trust, we are receiving for 2 million, or they have a way of supporting what they are doing to you, meanwhile they are not doing it. They can tell you Nigeria economy is beginning to stable, Nigeria economy is good now, but they are not feeling the impact. A bag of rice that was 6,000 to 12,000 people were complaining, including them in the street protests and those bonus. Automatically, when we are to cover power from 12,000 up to 37,000, 38, 25, stuff like that. People came and put people 100 something thousand. Is not telling you to clap for them. In everything, it took Nigeria effort to protest, to cry out, so that they will increase their minimum wages. After they do, or before they do, even the corporate has to sacrifice our own certificate to cry out and even cost our own certificate before they could even increase the property. But at the end of the day, they are increasing their own with 20%. So you know recently, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is telling you that the money they are receiving is not enough. We need a separate video to about the way these people are spending money. But now, I want you guys to listen carefully to this senator on how they read out the job allowance, sleepers allowance, children allowance, prostitution allowance, and the allowance of natural goodness, control allowance, and all these kind of benefits that come with things when you are a senator. I want you guys to listen.
I, the member of this house, collect this salary of 2.5 per month, furniture allowance 7.5 million per month, newspaper allowance 1.2 million per month, wardrobe allowance 221,000 per month, defense allowance 248,000 per month, accommodation allowance 4.9 million per month, utility allowance 213,000 per month, personal assistant allowance 421,000 per month.
So, yeah, we not just have so much to it. All of you are listening. Some they said it should be clapping for them because they increased bag of rice from 20,000 to 100 something thousand. Now they just brought it to 80,000. When I check online, some parties still selling 100,000, some still selling 80 something thousand. Price of fuel, I thought it was going to say, oh, we return it back to the actual price that we made it. No, it's literally they just removed some percent of it. Anyway, I want you guys to watch this particular video so that you know that Nigeria can never be free and there's no plan to fix this country. Nigeria is damaged and there's nothing we offer.
Nigeria is damaged, irreparably damaged, and it cannot be fixed. I will not mince words. The only thing that can fix Nigeria is a reset. You can interpret that however you want to interpret it. The reason being that
It's not on calendar or not. Not the regular current or the stuff is hard, but it's keeping a worry about as over. Truly times. That older, the size of the imitate you, maybe three. No one let out a breath. I can help you. has extra. I know to do it. Elder Neil was just a smile now. Now, she said, her voice raised. Now you are right to it. Stop this still playing with the security. Walk back to the parents. The conflict was over. No one had instead, something better had happened. They had understood. Elder Neil had listened to the sound of Calabash live to all the villagers. Remember, she told them her game food for chicken soda in every gathered village. The magic was never in the morning. The magic was the space they created. When you are so full of your own voice, your own writing, your instinct, you hear the heart of another. You cannot hear the solution that will bring you along. My children, sometimes the most powerful magic then address the listener directly. So the next time you find your words and your heart hardening like sun-baked clay, remember the silent create a little space. Let the voice bring you. And in that quiet, you might just hear the understanding that will lead your all. Did the Calabash provide you with this? Comment, share, and subscribe to watch.
Should these glasses be illegal in the U.S.? Nobody believed me at first, but now everybody wants a pair. My friends roasted me for buying miracle glasses online. They said I got scammed, but then I showed them.
Joining us now with stories.
The Stop and Calabash, Part 5. The Breakfast Church. The selfish farmer, but it's cheating a worry. As more cheating God. I do understand. That older the size of the small hut. Everything too. Maybe great. Gola let out a breath. I can help you with that. I survive. She offered. And my brother, he has extra. I know what to do. Elder Neil has just a smile now. Now, he said, her voice breaking. Now it's for you, right through. Stop the two are playing, but the fall back to here. The conflict was over. No one. Then something better had happened. They had understood. Elder Neil had listened to the silent Calabash high all the time. Remember the thing. She told them her game food for chicken soda in every gathered village. The magic was never in the morning. The magic was in the space they created. When you are so full of your own voice, your own writing, your instinct is over the compassion, you're the heart of another. And I do. My children, sometimes, the most powerful magic. Then address the listeners directly. So the next time you find your words and your heart hardening like sun-baked clay, remember the silent create a little space for yourself. Let the voice bring you. And in that quiet, you might just hear the understanding that will all along. Did the Calabash provide it for you? Here, describe what?
ProPlan, high quality nutrition for your pet's livestock well-being, developed with curated health. Leading edge science that supports healthy joints and promotes digestive health. See what nutrition can do. ProPlan, chosen by remarkable owners with an extraordinary pet.
After the leader of Reform UK announced a new project that allows people to earn more than £800 sterling a day, long queues formed at ATMs across the United Kingdom. Already, thousands of Britons have earned between £19,000 sterling and £30,000 sterling in their first month, and he stated that this was just the beginning.
Today is a lucky day for those watching this video, because by the end of the year, you could become significantly wealthier. My project is available exclusively to residents of the United Kingdom, and only for a limited time. Only the most determined and ambitious individuals will be able to take advantage of this opportunity. I won't promise, like scammers do, that you'll become a billionaire tomorrow, but I can say with 100% certainty that by investing just £180 sterling, you could earn between £19,000 sterling and £30,000 sterling. This program is fully automated and requires no special skills. Unfortunately, due to technical limitations, we cannot offer unlimited participation, so registration will close at the end of this week. Everyone who joins before then will receive a lifetime bonus. Just imagine £1,000 sterling per day, £7,000 sterling a week, and nearly £30,000 sterling a month. With that level of income, you'll never have to work hard again or worry about supporting your family. You'll be able to provide your children with the best education, travel, wherever whenever you want. Our project is approved by the UK government. An investment safety is guaranteed at the national level. Furthermore, if even one participant earns less than £5,000 sterling a month, the person commits to paying a guarantee of £75,000 sterling. So if you want to change your life, you need to act now before it's too late. To join the project, follow these 3 simple steps. Go to the website listed below this video, fill out the registration form, wait for a call from the manager to confirm your registration to get access to the program.
This is the usual assumption. Don't say clearly, stay. That was the major implication.
When bad things start happening to them now, you won't know it what it costs. When bad
So yesterday it was reported that the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badari Abubakar, resigned, citing ill health. That means he resigned because he's sick. I know you don't that because he was sick. I'm also going to show you in this video not resign because he was sick. If you have been following a girl for even 5 minutes, you will know what ill health is. It is a polite way of saying we need you job. It is the same excuse they use when they push out Adure in the rally and also got rid of Umar. In Nigerian politics, nobody just walks away from power because they are feeling under the weather. Something bigger is always at play. So let's dig into what really happened here because this story has more layers than your grandmother's house. Before we talk about who Mohammed Badari is, let me give you a snippet. Former chief of defense staff, I'm talking about Musa Christopher, was in Aso Rock to speak on the Abed and was welcomed and received by the president, Bola Ahmed. Before you start connecting the dots, Mohammed Badari Abubakar is 53 years old. Before becoming the first minister in August 2012, he was the governor of Kaduna State. His background is an accountant and farmer, not a soldier, not a general, not someone who has ever commanded troops or planned military operations. He got a job because of his connection to the ruling of progressive Congress, not because he knew anything about fighting war. His inexperience really shows. Since Baduru took over, Nigeria has been burning. Insecurity has been brutal under Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. 2025 alone has been absolutely brutal. Students kidnapping Kebbi, worshippers massacred in Kwara, Catholic seminarians nationally. Bandits aren't just attacking villages anymore. They are running entire territories like their own kingdom, collecting taxes and controlling who lives and who dies. But yes, what really finished Badari? Last week, he went on BBC Hausa and said something so ridiculous that Nigerians couldn't believe their ears. He said, we know where the terrorists are, but some forests are so thick, our bombs can't penetrate it. Let that issue. The defense minister of Nigeria, a country spending billions on military equipment, is telling us that peace has been hitting our air force. If you can't bomb the forest, why can't you send troops on the ground? If you know where the terrorists are, why are they still getting food, fuel, and ammunition? Who is supplying them? And most importantly, why does it feel like our own government is more interested in making excuses than making progress? Once Missouri didn't go back, they called Badari hopelessly confused and utterly unfit and demanded President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to fire him immediately. Public pressure was mounting, and then, just days after Tinubu declared a national security emergency, Badari suddenly discovered he was too sick to continue, right? If you believe that, I've got a seahorse in Sambisa Forest to share with you. Before we continue, let me make this practical action. This analysis of this shows that 96% of you are having systematic analysis. When you subscribe, like, and comment to the video, you need to please help avalanche media to reach more people. No, hit the subscribe button, smart the notification bell, like this video, thank you. Now here's where things get darker. Here are the whispers. I'm talking about serious whispers from people who know what happened in Nigeria. That Badura wasn't just incompetent, he might have been compromised. Remember back in 2015 when the US Treasury Department announced sanctions on some UAE-based networks funneling money to Boko Haram. We are talking about $782,000 going straight to terrorists. Now there is no direct evidence linking Badura with themselves to those networks. So here is the thing about national Nigerian politics. Everyone knows everyone. The lines between legitimate business, political financing, and criminal networks get very blurry very fast. During Baduru's time as Gawa governor, he said border areas where banditry and terrorism were thriving. Questions have always lingered about how certain politicians maintain relationships with armed groups, sometimes claiming it was for peace negotiations, sometimes looking the other way when convenient. If people are forced to keep a defense minister with even a week of this connection, especially now with what's happening in Washington, absolutely not. And let's talk about the mysterious meeting in Africa. General Christopher Musa, the former chief of defense staff, was in Aso Rock yesterday and was received by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This wasn't a courtesy or a social call. Musa was the chief of defense staff until October 24, 2025, when he was suddenly removed amid whisper of foreign coup attempt and major military resources. Within hours of that meeting, Badaru was gone, and there are solid reports that Christopher Musa will be the next defense minister. Think about what that would mean. The man who was commanding Nigeria's entire military just weeks ago will now be the civilian minister overseeing it. His replacement, General Olufemi Oluyede, will technically report to him. It's an unusual move, but it is also potentially brilliant. Why? Because Christopher Musa is not your typical political appointee. He is a real soldier, a Christian from the north, battle tested and decorated. He has actually fought terrorists, not just talk about them or video. If Tinubu appoints him, it will be the first time in recent memory that Nigeria's defense ministry will be run by someone who actually understands war. But there is another reason why Tinubu is considering appointing Musa right now, and it has everything to do with what is happening in America. The U.S. Appropriations Committee is going to hold a joint genocide in Nigeria today. This roundtable is to formally investigate the ongoing Christian genocide in Nigeria. You can see that the US is not backing down on this Christian genocide in Nigeria. The House Committee already held a hearing, and now they are fully going to investigate the Christian genocide in Nigeria. This will determine if US will send US troops on Nigerian soil. Imagine that, American troops on Nigerian soil because our own government can't protect it. Now put yourself in the US is demanding sanctions about Christian persecution. They are talking about sanctions that will even further cripple our economy. They want accountability for the massacre, the kidnapping, the mass grave. And with your defense minister, Mohammed Baduru Abubakar, a Muslim politician from the north, and zero credibility on security issues. A man who just told the world that trees are defeating the Nigerian military. Can you imagine sending Badaru to testify before the US Congress? The question wouldn't just be about military strategy. They will dig into everything. His time as Jigawa governor, his relationship with Northern Power Brokers, the rumors about funding network. It will be a massacre worse than anything happening in the bush. Tinubu couldn't risk it. He needed someone who could stand before the world and say, look, we are serious about stopping this killing. And nothing stays serious like appointing a Christian general from the north to run your defense ministry. See a PRO general that Bola Ahmed is doing. Genocide against Christians, no way. Our defense minister is a Christian and is from the same region where the violence is happening. We are committed to peace and inclusivity. Now we need to talk about Bello Metawalle, the Minister of State for Defense, basically Badaru's deputy. Because if you think Badaru has value, Bello Metawalle's case is overflowing. Bello Metawalle was the governor of Zamfara State from 2019 to 2023, and his tenure was controversial. To put it mildly, Zamfara has been one of Nigeria's banditry hotspots, armed gangs terrorizing communities, kidnapping for ransom, killing with impunity. And Metawalle approach, he tried negotiating with bandits, giving them amnesty. He was settling them, paying them off with money and even vehicles. The theory was that if you make peace with bandits, they will stop attacking. But the reality, violence continued. And people started asking uncomfortable questions. Was Metawalle genuinely trying to bring peace? or was he just making deals with the devil? There is more. Zamfara is sitting on massive mineral deposits, gold especially, and it has open secret that illegal mining in the state has become a major funding source for bandit groups. Armed gangs control mining sites, and gold gets smuggled out through networks that likely involve politicians, security officials, and business allies. Metawale has always denied any improper dealing, but suspicion has followed him like a shadow. And of course, they are also calling for his head. They are asking him to resign or that he should be sacked by the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu is serious about cleaning up the defense ministry and cutting off terrorist funding networks, he can't stop at ministerial appointments. He needs to go after the mining barons, the middlemen, the security officials who look the other way. That means potentially going after powerful people in his own party, people who help put him in power. Does Tinubu have the courage for that? Or will it just be another round of musical chairs while the real criminals keep dancing? Let's be brutally honest why Bola Ahmed Tinubu is suddenly acting with urgency. After all, he was the one that appointed us. He knew their history. He knew they were compromised. He knew they were incompetent. The reason why he's suddenly acting is because he has been publicly humiliated on the world stage by Donald Trump and is forcing his hand. For years, the Nigerian government has downplayed the religious dimension of the violence. We have called it farmer header clashes or banditry or criminality. The government strategy was basically to ignore international criticism and both it went away. When Trump put Nigeria on that religious freedom watch list in 2006, Tinubu's predecessor managed to get Biden to remove it. Problem solved. Now Trump is back and is making this a signature issue. The congressional hearing in November wasn't just some committee meeting that nobody paid attention to. It was a high-profile event with devastating testimony, and it got media coverage. American Christian groups, which have massively political influence, are now watching Nigeria like hawks. Trump has given them a platform, and they are not letting go. If Trump actually follows through on threat of intervention, even just special forces for those strikes, it will be the ultimate humiliation. It will say to the world, Nigeria is a failed state that can't protect its people. Tinubu came into office promising the new one. Instead, he's presiding over unprecedented economic hardship and ongoing mass killing. If history remember him as the president who couldn't stop the genocide, whatever legacy we think is active destroyed. So yes, Trump embarrassing, the congressional hearings embarrassing, the international pressure embarrassing, and politicians like Tinubu who care deeply about their image and legacy respond to embarrassment. I am avalanche media, and I bring the truth like an avalanche, fast, ready, and unstoppable. Stay informed, stay ready, stay vigilant. If you like this video, please help Avalanche Media to grow and reach wider info. Subscribe to this channel, turn on the notification bell, like this video, comment your thoughts, and share this. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next.
Maintain the Wall Streets.
My fellow Nigerians, today I address you not only as your president, but as a father of this nation. A leader who has walked through decades of Nigeria's challenges and triumphs. A man who has seen conflict threaten our unity and has seen peace restore our dignity. I come before you with a heavy heart, but also with unwavering hope, because I believe in the strength of this country and in the courage of our people. Nigeria is a nation rich in diversity, diversity of tongues, cultures, traditions, and perspectives. Yet, beneath these layers, we remain united by a shared destiny. A destiny that no challenge, no judgment, no event can destroy. Our bond was not built in one day. It was forged through sacrifice, through history, and through the collective decision of millions of people who call this land home. We have stood together in joy, and we have stood together in sorrow. Today, I ask that we stand together once more. The events surrounding the judgment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have stirred deep emotions across our land. For some, this moment has brought anger. For others, confusion. For many, a sense of helplessness. And for countless families, especially in the Southeast, it has opened old wounds that never fully heal. I am aware of the tension in the air, the fear that many feel, and the questions that have been raised. I have listened closely to the voices of our citizens, those on the streets, those on social media, those in community meetings, and those who have reached out through their leaders. Let me assure you, my people, your concerns are not dismissed. Your emotions are not irrelevant. Your voices are not unheard. As a democratic nation, Nigeria rests on the foundation of law and order. Our courts are spoken as they are constitutionally mandated to do. The legal process has followed its course. But I want to make something absolutely clear. Justice is not merely what happens within the walls of a courtroom. Justice is also the atmosphere we create as a people, an atmosphere of fairness, dialogue, compassion, and understanding. I understand the pain felt by many in the Southeast. I understand the weight of history that sits heavily on the shoulders of our brothers and sisters in that region. I understand the narratives of marginalization, the demands for equity, and the longing for dignity. These are not abstract concerns. They are real human concerns. They are concerns carried by mothers who fear for their children, by youths who are uncertain of their future, by elders who remember a time when the land trembled with conflict. These concerns deserve empathy. They deserve attention. They deserve solutions anchored in justice, not force. But today, I say to all Nigerians, let us respond not with violence, not with fear, not with division, but with calm, patience, and unity. This nation has weathered storms far greater than what we face today. There were times when the very soul of Nigeria shook, when it seemed as though we would be torn apart. Yet, each time we survived because Nigerians chose peace, Nigerians chose maturity, Nigerians chose nationhood. And once again, we are summoned by history to choose wisely. To our brothers and sisters in the Southeast, I say, your concerns are legitimate, your emotions valid, and your hopes important to our national journey. You are not outsiders. You are not forgotten. You are not excluded from the promise of Nigeria. This nation is your home as much as it is the home of every citizen from the north, west, south, and middle belt. Nigeria is incomplete without you. Your creativity, your enterprise, your resilience, and your intellect are invaluable parts of our national identity. Let me be unequivocal. My administration is committed to a peaceful, democratic, and consultative approach to resolving national issues. We will not shut the door to dialogue. We will not ignore grievances. We will not allow legitimate concerns to be drowned in the noise of conflict. We will work tirelessly with community leaders, traditional rulers, elders, stakeholders, and representatives of all regions to build a path toward peace. However, let me speak with equal clarity. Nigeria cannot progress if we allow violence and fear to rule our streets. We cannot build schools, roads, industries, and opportunities if we allow chaos to consume our cities. Our children cannot walk into a prosperous future if the present is filled with destruction. We cannot solve national issues by burning down the nation we hope to improve. Our unity is not a weakness, it is our greatest asset. Our diversity is not a burden, it is our advantage. Our disagreements are not a curse.
Hello.
They are opportunities.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Alon. I'm calling, yes, I forwarded some documents. Yes. All right.
Hi Daniel, it's Sarah. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good to hear. Okay, so I received that you showed some highlighted case.
Yes.
Now, after a review of that, unfortunately, there's going to be any competition. So, firstly, due to the time frame, there is a 6-year limitation where you can make a complaint. Secondly, the payment journey. Now, Italian post office credit card. That's not something that we deal with. So I'm really sorry about that, Daniel. It's just that we don't have a recovery that itself. Now, what I can recommend for you in the whole description of our software is if you contact the website, explain the history of the case to them, it should be able to point you in the right direction to someone that, how to do it recovery or
I see. But the people are still calling me.
Yeah, would recommend you report that to Action Fraud. If you are going to call from scammers, definitely report it to them.
It's all right. Okay.
Well, I'm really sorry we couldn't assist. Definitely contact us with advice and before any phone calls yourself to Action Fraud. And I wish you all the best moving forward.
It's all right. Okay.
Thanks, Sonia.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Oh,
order for Plateau State to enter Maiduguri now, different funny things begin to happen under your command again. What's your plan towards the life of Sudan? What is your plan towards the safety of Nigeria? What is your plan to the army general due to your position in the Nigerian army? Abubakar. Because the reason why I talk this thing, because I don't see anything when you do for Plateau State. The way when the villagers take it us, now the way when they behave to villagers, now the way when they give them security, take job that they towards the civilian, towards the villager and the Fulanis. Because you are a Fulani. The injustice judge when the judge towards between the Fulani and the villager, the people of Plateau State, it took the injustice. That is why they begin hate soldiers. That is why they begin hate the uniform, not because of any other thing. Now that day and that year, now I know say the way when army not they operate the same operation. The way when the army, when they for Plateau State, they operate, it's different from Kaduna, it's different from Nasarawa, it's different from Abuja, and it's different from Edo, and it's different from other states. When I enter jobs, I see aiding and abetting in the room for the land of God. That is why the situation of Plateau State still remains the same under your command. So, a great thing happened during that my operation when I work with you for Plateau State. When they kill Sergeant Bala, now so una do. Who they call? When they kill Sergeant Bala, they inform you. There is no answer. We just patrol day and night. Sergeant Bala died, Sarah. When they get that inspector of police, what do you do? Now you they call, now you Fulani call. Say they don't kill inspector. They say whatsoever. They call your number. They return the rifle of that police. Why would terrorists call you general? Why terrorists call you general? You have terrorists get your number and they call you. You ask them to bring the rifle. And they tell you now where the rifle is. You now carry the rifle control. How far? Trading of security. Because of now be the highest security. After the operation movement, when we enter another village, they plant my cosmates. They use this to plant my cosmate. Now life want to say, now them can say. The same people who they save their life. Now they can see you pistol. They plant my cosmate. Thank God that day I was in that movement. Not be what I do. Now I'm going to talk. I do what I need to do as a soldier. Now when during my father, now they say if they kill one soldier, now 10 civilian I will go down. But now, if they kill 50 soldiers, nobody will go down because of politics. Major General AE, you do engage in politics. This man, this GOC, what is the mission? The villages they try say Fulani, they attack their village, they burn their houses. You now they do contract. You are a military personnel. When people concern military personnel concern project. When Fulani they destroy people, they burn people out. You are busy building school for Fulani and boyhood for Fulani. Then the villagers they best of us say army. They know they see you now the best of us. Then they stone us. They know they stone you. When people say army war, compare political war. You know that when I don't rubbish the army, why the insecurity not go finish for Nigeria? We want keep quiet. When the villagers they cry for our hearing, say Fulani they kill them, they burn their houses. Then you people are engaged in building school for inside bush for Fulani, building borehole for inside bush for Fulani. We go talk now, you go stay for AC. I know they look you. You come down. The people of Jos, they cry say Fulani they kill them. Then you now they collect contract. They build borehole for Fulani. They build school for Fulani. How they go take like soldiers? How they go take like the army? But not you now. What did they pay me? not you know the rocks, not you know the stone, not you know the cost. Now we, the laborers, we want to talk to laborers. Now we, those people, the stone. Now we, those people, they cost, they're not the cost now. Now from there, I convey you as an officer. How villagers will they complain of Liverpool and this problem, destroying their farm, killing them and burning them. Then now, when they collect contract, now when they build school for Fulani for bush, when they build water for Fulani for bush, and what you now don't do.
Obviously, it's raining. Like it's gonna rain all night. And it did, right? For over 500,000 investors, the pennies dropped. Pay a low flat fee instead of a percentage and keep the money you make. Interactive investor. I think, therefore I. Riot women with some songs about the elimination. It's always carry on. Don't go to that more than just nowhere, isn't it?
Well, Liverpool is ours.
We have not built any rehabilitation center for the people of Jos where Fulani don't destroy their houses. Or now they go about, or they build boyhood or inside book for Fulani, they build school for Fulani. Fulani they go school. I will stay one day. Now me when I dig here, now me enter that place. Now me with my boy, now we enter that bush. Those Papa people when they decorate that place, I see what you now right. Say military civil project. When they concern now with military civil project, when they concern now with civil war, what the politicians supposed to contract, what the politicians supposed to do? Army general on the ground. Not the politics now, they use Nigeria to the place though. Now where I forget you and I will drag you out. Now me talking. Go check that list for inside Mangu local government. Now me, make my name get here. Now me, the same person. When I create that program, now me see the talk to you. You are a bad leader. Major General A.E. Abubakar, you are a bad leader. You don't destroy Plateau State. Now, you don't enter Meduguri. They can't make you a theater commander. After beginning the apple here and there. Who are you? Major General A.E. Abubakar. You are a wicked officer. You people back. You are not ready to make Nigeria good. Only way to know. Now, when they go each place, they become commanding officer. They collect the money for pocket. Do you know how many property you get for Nigeria? How much is Sahara and how much is the entitlement? Your appointment, what is the best for there? You don't get half. And you even your children, your wife, they are going to better school so that when you push, go die. They don't get that thing. How many soldiers die under your command when you be GOC? What do you do? Did you give a clear command that it should clear everywhere because you are Fulani? You are not Fulani. You dey support Fulani. Fulani go bomb people as they kill people. You don't get anything when you want to. You don't go to high service. Put us there. When they suffer for inside the contract, you go to enter NC the worker. I blame politicians when they give you now. The upper hand. When they don't listen to others, they listen to others. They don't know that they call Nigeria one by one. Now they call Nigeria by number. Another bargain and successful trading of a soldier has happened again in Meduguri. Monthly local governments of Borno State. They have trained the life of soldiers again in 153 Task Battalion in monthly local government army base. I must talk. I talk, I go, and I did not talk, I go. The Nigerian Army commanding officers are the problem we are having in this country. The insecurity issue we are talking about was because of the commanding officers. A private soldier, young soldier, and above are ready to end the insecurity that is happening in Nigeria today within 48 hours. And officers does not allow that to happen because once there is no war, there is no money in their account. They are selling people's children every year, every recruitment. How many soldiers have ended their life all in the name of saving the country because just only this month you will not perform? What did they tell me? If they're free soldier, they're not a big performer. They're not a big person, but if they give one job officer, you will see them for army updates. Soldiers, when they kill for this incident, you cannot see their face on any army update, on any headquarters social media. But if now officers they kill, one officer they kill, the face for them they show for all the whole platform. But if now soldiers they kill, you can never see the face of a soldier in any social media. Chief of army staff, wetin be your plan? Chief of defense staff, wetin be your plan to soldier? You know you call yourself Chief Policy and Plan, Major General A. Babudu. Wetin be your plan? Can never be for now to leave soldier alone. Can never be for now to stop to the same soldier every day in that Maiduguri and other states in Nigeria. Selling of soldier is not a business to officers. Taking of soldier life does not mean anything again in the eyes of officers. They will be happy now that a Boko Haram has attacked and the life of soldier is gone, that the federal government is going to launch an operation to repair that military base of soldier base. And they will repair no sense. They will put the remaining money on their pocket. Who is going to repair? Who is going to put the maintenance on that army base? It's still the same soldier they are going to carry to repair that thing. And they will not pay them any amount of money. They will say they are working for their salary. They will not pay soldier one another. Soldier is the one that will come and repair that place, that will come and build that place. They will only pay the civilian, they will not pay the soldier. They will keep the money inside their pocket. That is where they are. The reason why the fight in Maiduguri can never finish is because of the general. You are among Major General E. Abubakar, you are among. Chief of Defense Staff, you are among. Chief of Army Staff, you are among the problem that is happening in that Nigeria army as a whole. All the whole commanding officers. Now, trade that what they do. Not going to do the work. Even the office work. Now, see the soldier, they do only waiting on the signature and snap. And the work on the work for the Nigerian army to die. The second trade work of the mission. Now, to gang again and still tell the terrorists. This is how we are operating. You do for war front. Now, go they carry civilian. Maybe the same errand for Israel army base. That civilian, you know, that civilian will go as now. He will come call the Boko Haram. Boko Haram, this is how their location is. You know, they allow civilian play the enter inside army camp for operation ground. You know, they send a message. They go to monitor on ground. How Boko Haram no go attack the army base? How Boko Haram no go know in and out? Officers, will they allow soldier, civilian to the enter inside army base? How they no go take attack military base? How they no go Boko Haram no go supersede the power? Una so una know. Stop selling soldiers, officers of the Nigerian army. Una go say army work na by book, but once they reach money, una go dey use una head. Una no go use the book again. All the whole soldier benefits wey dey for inside the book, una don sit down on top. Only una dey enrich all the whole benefits. But if you reach work, una go push the other hand out make go do the work. But if you reach money, una go dey silent. Na that time una say dey go meeting. Una say soldier life dey no reach una. Go to other countries. Go to other countries. See their officers. They are having a good relationship with their subordinates. When I go to Burkina Faso, I see a home officer who is commanding the operation ground. He's eating in the same train, not the place to train when they say this alone in Nigeria. is sitting in the same place with their subordinate, but in the Nigerian army, a private soldier, a sergeant, cannot even eat in the same table with a second lieutenant. Una dey form high. That's why our problem dey form high. Other ranks are ready to do the work in this Nigerian army. But the officers are the problem we are having. They are the one subdued, they are the one blocking the progress of the victory. I say the army, the victory is by God alone. If you cannot work for yourself, do you think God will call them to come and help you? I'm saying this. Soldiers are suffering. Soldiers are not getting any benefit in the system. Any soldier who injured from being where Meduguri or any state, take it down to 44 in Kaduna, they're not take good care of that soldier. Then they plan to, if they need bullet injury, then they plan to cut your leg. And that your leg, you know it will cut, they will cut out. So that you will just become made for life. And the money went to federal government, the health insurance will they bring for that your treatment. The officer when they go for 44 and then they charge the money.
This is a laptop. It can do all your laptop needs. Browse, private browse, create and stream movies from that sketchy website. This laptop can do everything brand new laptop can. But there's just one difference. This laptop costs up to 50% less because it's not new. It's verified with published. Downgrade now. Back market.
For the love of love, humble, start your love story.
Today being the second day of the month of December, we have a big revelation, we have a breakthrough, and we have a full conversation regarding the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and his political settlement. As we all know, the doses of Southeast Reps member Metropol Tinubu, they wrote to him asking him to grant Nnamdi Kanu a possible political settlement. We know say different groups from the Southeast have written to Bola Tinubu. We also know say Ned Woko urged the House of Assembly to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We still know say the governor of Abia State, the president of Alex Oti, traveled to Sokoto State and met with Nnamdi Kanu and discuss his possible release. But the question they really say nobody is yet to answer is what will be the current situation, what will be the current status of all of these petitions and documents that have been sent to Bola Tinubu. What is the president saying? What will be the moves in the coming days? What will be the necessary actions? In this video, let's give you some things we know based on some aides that work with Bola Tinubu has given us some info. And in this video, we want to share it with you as a breaking news. What did happen? First thing first, Bola Tinubu, the president of the country, is fully aware of the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He has been briefed multiple times. He is very much aware of the case of Mazi. He knows the case in and out compared to what you think you know, you will watch the video. Yes, he knows the case very, very well because of say multiple people don't meet him. Multiple people don't meet him. Different world governing bodies have discussed things with him. Governors have written to him and have met with him. So what is this man saying? Well, the president is asking 4 big questions, or the president has 4 big question marks issues right on his desk that he has to definitely deal with in regards to the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is the current situation of the settlement. Make I show you these 4 things, one after the other, so that you will in the comfort of your home will be able to understand what is currently going on here. Here right now on your screen is these 4 questions and 4 parts which the president one use or will use or he ask questions from. The very first one here is what legal mechanism should we use? Pardon, clemency, political negotiations, or discontinuance of prosecution. The president now is sitting with different cabal, different individuals in Nigerian political system. And they ask them this question really right now on the screen. Which pattern should he use in dealing with the case of Mazi? Because of say all of these patterns where I don't highlight, where I use a red marker highlight, gets different directions. The very first one is pardon and it's clemency. Pardon and clemency might sound like say they're very, very similar.
but they are very different. When we see this particular listing, we have to do our own research to understand what the presidency is planning to do. What the clemency to start with? You want to grant smart and become clemency. What do you even mean? Well, from dictionary meaning, clemency is a general term for an act of mercy by a president or governor to refuse or forgive a punishment. So as you can clearly see, if all Tinubu grants Mazi and the family clemency, it means say in the show mercy. Clemency is as good as say this man is guilty of every single thing when they say he do, but to one show and clemency. What about pardon? We all know what pardon means. It is very straight to the point. It's a specific act of clemency that forgives a person of a crime. So clemency and pardon work hand in hand. Clemency and pardon, they work in the direction of saying Mazi is guilty of every single thing they put on him. And the very first question we Bola Tinubu don't sit down with a lot of cabals, a lot of people will go handle this issue of settlement to discuss. This will be the second thing. We don't highlight that for the screen. It states, will granting clemency undermine the court's judgment? What is this one mean? In the ask, okay, if I grant this guy clemency or pardon, will it undermine, will it contravene the judgment that the court already give? If the court of law should be an independent structure, so if I grant this man clemency, how will the court of law perceive it? Tinubu is asking too many questions. You know, as a president, you have the fundamental rights and the power to do whatever you want to do. You have the right to grant any political settlement with any inmate in the country. So you asking all of these questions and even around the bush don't really make sense. It's not getting annoying. The moment I see this whole thing, I begin to because of say, Tinubu, you have the power within you. If you want to do it now, you can do it. So all the ask plenty questions, it don't really make sense to me. It will be the third one. As highlighted, states, are there pending appeals or motions that affect timing? This third one is the only question in the whole four questions that really make sense to me. Are there pending appeals or motions that affect timing? Yes. Mazi Kanu wants to help with the appeal because of say he's not guilty or as charged based on what he's going to talk on to be made. So if you're asking this particular question, it makes a lot of sense. Pending appeal state, you will take it to the appeal court. I will see the first question. The first question is straight to the point. Will Kanu agree to certain legal conditions? Will Kanu agree to the conditions really to apply for them? These are the four big questions really they don't sit down now to deliberate. We want to give you updates on the settlement. We don't have to tell you say the Kanu will be pardoned or you'll be giving political settlement or clemency will be added. No, we want to tell you wait till they happen now. So as we speak, the president, together with some people, are still deliberating on which route to use, which, like I said, is very annoying. I'm not going to lie, it is very, very annoying because of the ball at Tinubu. You can stand on your two legs and take a stance and take a decision. You know how it pass like that. So you guys are asking, will Kanu agree to certain legal conditions? It's all left for you and the Kanu. Yes, it's all left between you and the Kanu. If you can't go with crazy conditions, you will turn them down. If you go with conditions that will put him off, you will turn them down. So if you're talking about conditions, go with things that make sense. It's either you want to eat a frog and you eat a fat and juicy one, or you don't eat a frog at all. If you want to grant him pardon, use common sense. No grant and pardon. Sorry, if you want to go with the political settlement, use common sense. Don't settle this whole thing with a lot of stringent terms and conditions. It doesn't really make sense. Okay? So moving on swiftly, we don't tell you the parts of Bola Tinubu, what they currently happen, the current situation of things. What about Alex Oti, the legal counsel team of Mazi Kanu, Showore, and the rest? Which stance are they going with? Okay, it is very simple. They are saying, we know you guys are confused at this particular point. You are claiming to be confused at this particular point in time. But whatever thing you do, we are going through the route of political settlement because of Senawiti. We carry come your death. We are granting now the Kanu pardon because of say we want you to do so. Now we initiate the pardon. Now we initiate them to you, not be your cabals bring them to your desk. Meaning say anything you want to do, you go You will use what to petition for your debts. You came to your office using a document known as political settlement. Even that thing we did within the context of things already concern us. Okay? So why is this political settlement even very much important? Why do they prefer to use political settlement? Let me show you something interesting. States. Why can't this legal thing we prefer political settlement? It avoids admitting guilt. A pardon or clemency implies that the person accepts the conviction even if they maintain innocence. Khan's team has consistently argued he was unlawfully abducted. His trial was irregular. The charges violate international law and every other thing within. They can't say, we want you to go through a political settlement because it allows negotiations of terms, which includes a full release, end of solitary confinement, non-rearrest, access to medical care, respect for his rights, ending sit-at-home violence through dialogue.
My streaming network is expanding. I need talent. Look who it is.
Now we see Alex Oti don't carry enter the ASO presidential villa. Yes, we know say confusion there now. Tinubu dey create confusion for himself. In dey make things dey like say e dey difficult for him to handle. Yes, na wetin dey happen as of today being the second day of the month of December. In dey make things be like say e hard to do. It is not hard. You have the power already in your hands. Pick one, go with political settlement, and deal with it that way. It's as simple as ABCD. Any other thing wey you go wan do no really make sense. You know sharp. You know sharp. Now one thing we will tell you Tinubu for free. But then as you speak, Alex Oti has arranged a meeting. Or let's say Bola Tinubu has arranged a meeting with Alex Oti to discuss this thing in full. Because now only Alex Oti now the carrier for his head. The carrier for his head say we go seek for redress and we will also try to push for this guy to use one way or the other. We want to use the political settlement in dealing with this whole thing. And they're very, very sure. So the president will accept the proposals waiting on the desk. So Alex Oti is going to meet with Bola Tinubu to have a closed door meeting. A very closed door meeting. The discussions will not be shared. Everything that will be held there will not be brought out to the public. They won't get private conversation regarding the case of Mazi and also the Makabi. And also the case. What about Mazi and Makabi himself? What is he saying? Well, Alex Oti, the representative in this conversation, Mazi himself wants it to be settled politically. He's willing and ready for this whole thing to be settled politically. He's willing. If you watch our videos, we don't tell you instances where they say, Aloy, Jimako, they raised the issue of political settlement when Bintayanko was still the justice handling the case. Nnamdi Kanu was willing to enter a political settlement. Even Owomolu, SA, and the prosecuting lawyer was willing to enter a political settlement. Justice Bintayanko was also willing to move for political settlement. They kind of put on the decks of the BG and Tinubu, and then delayed the whole process. So Nnamdi Kanu from day one has been willing in the
The silent Calabash are few, but in our village, we were blessed with a treasure far greater. We were blessed. Her name was Elder Gilman. She did not hear the argument with her ears first. She felt it in the air, in the tension that had filled the morning. And so she came. She strolled from her hut, her face steady like a flow. In her hand, she carried a bar, beautiful bar count. She walked past the murmuring crowd. past the two curious neighbors and took her place under the great Irako tree as the villagers parked the tree that had seen generations born and buried. She placed the calabash on the left. Only then did she did not shout. Her calm was a blanket that smothered their fire. The noise you make, she said, her voice soft and clear as a bell, does not fill the granary. It does not mend the pitch. It only frightens the children and troubles the infants. This is now, she cried. Elder Clark, Lola cried. My goat, spare my life. Elder Neil raised his. The silence that follows was asking. You have both spoken, she said, and you have both heard nothing. Today, you will be different. The silent calendar, all eyes turned. It was ancient, its surface darkened by time and the oil of countless hands. Etched into its skin were intricate patterns of firewood that spoke of journey, interlocking lines that spoke of community, and tiny figures that told the stories of every dispute it had ever settled. The ritual is simple, Elder Neil. You will just hold it. You will speak your entire truth, all your anger, all your blame directly into the for every last drop of it. Do not hold back. Jimmy, just still heaving, stepped forward first. He took the calabash. It was cool and surprisingly heavy, as if already full of old anger. He lifted it to his lips.
The usual, please, River. So, Colin, make yourself comfortable.
The boys.
Let me first of all say that the idea of bringing people from outside the country to destabilize was, I mean, I didn't say they brought people to destabilize. What I said was that the idea they actually brought people into the country with the intention that those people will come and vote for them. I think you understand, and they never realized, they never knew, they were never convinced that they were going to win that election because PDP was very, very strong on ground. So the fear was that they were going to lose the election. So the only thing they could do was to bring in people who could serve as mercenaries to come and win elections for them through the back door. But when the new PDP came on board and joined them and to vote from the APC and won the election, they didn't know what to do with those people. And in the process, those people became uncontrollable. I mean, many people have spoken about that. You mentioned that a name now, although I hate to mention it. You've mentioned a name now, you've mentioned the Erufai. I mean, he talk about them.
What will make the president of the US, Donald J. Trump, to go ahead and ask some House of Representatives, and that is the Congress, and their Operation Committee to probe Tinubu's government and probe the insecurity situation in Nigeria that is leading to the killings of Christians and other people in Nigeria. What will lead to that? Anyway, today is Tuesday, the second day of December 2025. If you did not expect this thing coming, you are not today, because I have been taking you through every step, every development that is going on regarding this America planned intervention in Nigeria over the mass killing that is taking place. You and I know that this thing that is going on in Nigeria, it will never end if there is no international intervention. I do not believe any other parables and jargons people are talking about this. It will never end. Why? Because people who are sponsoring this insecurity are in the government, so there is no way it is going to end. Now, I was just, on Twitter yesterday, and my attention was drawn to the regional. I've been hearing this name and seeing.
The silent Calabash are here, but in our country, you are blessed with a treasure far greater. You are blessed. Her name was Elder Naomi. She did not hear the argument with her ears first. She felt it in the air, in the tension that is filled in one. And so she came.
Let me first of all say that the idea of bringing people from outside the country to destabilize was, I didn't say they brought people to destabilize.
Many people's hands become dry and cracked during fall and winter. Washing dishes with cracked hands is incredibly painful. Want a permanent solution?
Lucy Wako Successful Anita Inaru and Shama Nweki had just authored one of the most electrifying moments of the third CAA Under-18 and Under-20 African Athletics Championships. This performance would etch their names into the history of Nigerian athletics. Let's watch.
The actor was Egypt, and contingents Atashaza, Sakir Hana, and also Noah Rashid. On the 5 is Botswana, Bango Lumbo. We've also got Same Amatley, Kakagri, Kesago Nono, and the fourth body, Botswana contingent is Majama Pulai. One Nigeria, you got to listen one Bochemaka, and Aaron Anita, will you do success again? And also Wicked Choma Cynthia on May 6th. And on May 7th is where you have the last, but not the least, Cote d'Ivoire, Amena Flora, Wesson, Lou, Jonan, Chantal Jehi, also Jawa Angela Clark, with the last Grace Eunice Bobari. 7 lanes, 7 countries represented right here. 4 athletes running 100 meters each for the under-20 women. What a race, a beautiful smile. You just said from the Zimbabwean, they are on lane 1. South Africans are on lane 2. That's another one that you were looking forward to doing so well. Colin Chippers running the first leg. Looks a bit tense, but surely should affect her speed.
Now, Energizer Max Plus lasts up to 200% longer.
Join Sky TV with Sky Sports and Netflix this Christmas for £35 a month. Sky TV and Netflix all for just £35 a month.
Guys, best hotels have empty beds because we keep it hush. Hotels exclusively to the temperature just to the secret to outrageously secrets pictures of
This are all the athletes, 7 of them from 7 different countries, 4 each representing one nation. They're all going to be running 100 meters each. A race to look forward to. Motoya, what are your expectations?
Well, surprisingly, Nigeria did not medal in the last championship. So we know that the South Africans are strong contenders in this in the sprint. So let's see between the South Africans, the Botswanas, and the Nigerians.
It's a strong one. Don't be surprised that it doesn't go as planned.
Well, we have a contingency.
That's exactly the word at this point. They will run the race. They will do their best. And they will see how much they can get from the race in the end. Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ethiopia, Egypt, Botswana, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire.
Yes, and Nigeria, we're actually the African record holder in this event.
See how it goes as they go on their mats with their batons in their hands. Get them ready to take off after the gun shot.
La. Let's see.
Ready to send the first start. It's not going to be some disqualification for one nation.
Let's see.
Recap of what we saw earlier. The Nigerian had the ball start. This might just be the greatest of unknowns at this point. They're going to be evicted. Waiting for confirmation. Still very nervous. You see from her face, the very young girl, the Nigerian, Lucy Chamaka 1-4. Not sure if it's a technical glitch. Just waiting for which block to release. But then as soon as they go back to continue. We go back in the max. All athletes, 7 of them still very complete. Ready for the 100 meters race. Still on the 20s. For 100 meters women event right here at the CAA African 18 and 20 Days Championship. And the corner shot. Race begins. Sprint from start to finish. Moving now to pass the baton and a great race from that young lady from Nigeria. She is looking so good. She's passing a pattern, and that's a good one. Mr. Chamaka.
Yeah, the thing about the 4x1 is the betting exchange is very important. Once you drop that betting exchange, it's very hard to catch up. So you must make sure that your exchange is really good. There's no hindrance so that you will not break the speed.
This is the final lap. The Nigerians look to be in the lead. Slow and passing the button. It's not going to stop at speed. He's running this one. You can see that chase from the South African. It's really a strong one. And it's Nigeria finishing first. So I think the comment second. And Cote d'Ivoire finishing third. What a race we've just said.
Yes, what a race. That passing exchange with that from the third to the final was not really good. It was like really slow. It was jogging.
It was a Igbo success struggling to give it to Wicked Choma Cynthia, who was the last leg. But she did a great job picking it up and picking up the pieces to correct the whole area. Good enough for Nigeria. We're going to go again. Wicked Choma Cynthia, Success Oyibo, Anita Rauna, and Lucy Chamaka joined it for the Nigerian contingent. The joy again. Looks like it's simple dance for the last. What a race. This is where
That
each
was a
one
real terrible exchange.
That
That was a real terrible exchange. If the gap wasn't so much, that would have cost us a lot.
Good that they held it strong. And they were fortunate to hold it strong. We'll see what the
Who knows? We would have done a championship time.
most likely, but that little delay is enough to turn everything around. South Africa second, Cote d'Ivoire third. Give it to South Africans, Colin Shippers, Jimmy Ramaphosa, let's see Diesel, Magato, and also Anato Gaba running a good time for themselves. And the third have to be Cote d'Ivoire's.
From July 16 to 2025, Nigeria's MK Abiola Stadium transformed into the epicenter of African youth athletics. The third edition of the CAA Under-18 and Under-20 African Athletics Championships brought together 937 athletes and officials from 43 nations, all converging on Ogun State for 5 days of extraordinary competition. The Under-20 women's 4 times 100-meter relay final became the crowning moment of Nigeria's campaign. Clocking 45.58 seconds, the quartet of Nwankwo Oyibo, Enaruna and Nweke executed flawless baton exchanges and explosive sprints to secure gold. South Africa claimed silver while Ivory Coast rounded out the podium with bronze, but this was Nigeria's moment. A home victory that perfectly encapsulated the nation's dominance throughout the championships. Hope you still believe in Nigeria. Thanks for watching RNN TV. I am Esther Olatejo.
Mm.
Screening, on the subject of screening, I feel I definitely won the lottery when that fit test came through as well at age 58. So,
Each hour, Energizer Max Plus, like.
they were actually supposed to appeal Lambda.
For the person that's, or the entrepreneur, the creator that's like posting right now, and it's like not going, and they're like frustrated and just over the whole process. When you do make it, because it will happen, if you just keep putting videos out, you'll.
Whosoever that advised Tinubu government on the kind of life sentence in Sokoto prison have done Tinubu a terrible thing. Now, come and look at what actually happened 2 years ago. You know, it's not only news that the reason why they sent Nankano to Sokoto prison was because they don't want him to align with other prisoners and all of that. Now, that was why they took him away from Abuja. They said they have a lot of Igbo people in Abuja that will actually make him to be their king in the Kuje prison in Abuja. That was why they sent him to Sokoto prison. Now, what they're running away from in Kuje prison in Abuja finally happened in Sokoto prison. Now, it is not only the prisoners that are chanting on Nankano and making Nankano their hero and their king. Come and see what terror boys, come and see what Fulani terror boys are actually saying as regards to Nankano. Nobody ever expected it. Nobody ever said coming that terror boys can actually come out to actually chant for the release of Nankano. Nankano must be released with immediate effect. Come and hear things in this very video. You hear things for yourself. So I'd like us to stay connected to the end of this video. You can share the video, those who want to share it. Share to the social media platforms. Let's go there and you can share it. Just like the video. Do what you like it, give it a thumb up. Let a lot of people get to know what's actually happening as far as Nankano case is concerned. Share to different people, share to groups, just to connect it. I'll come back again.
Okay, now the news with the years BBC. Mazin Nankano is the new presido inside Sokoto prison. You know why they laugh? To be honest with you, nobody wants to be a president inside a prison. But did you know what it means to be a president inside prison? Do you know the kind of privilege you say you will get? That man get access to everything inside that place. Yes. Everybody there on that land, like president. You know what to be a president inside prison. You know what's that thing when we don't go president, we didn't tell that. You understand? If you be president inside prison, you have privilege to all the things where they happen for inside the prison jail. You understand? This one I have to show you a man who God don't bless. No man can bring her down. The thing where God don't bless, nobody can bring her down. Now the Kanu is already blessed. Nobody can bring down her down. You are a legend. You are a legend. Let me tell you, if Mazen Abdikanu come outside today and he contests as the Nigerian president, to be honest with you, I'm going to vote for him. I will campaign for that man because that man is a legend.
I tell you, say the love too dey massive. You see, Senator Abaribe yesterday, bro. This thing I inside Senate House to a small fight to see the fight because he said the federal government must release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and they must give a Biafra. You know the sweetest thing for that place, they say even half of the northern senators they support Abaribe yesterday. So all these evil senators from southeast, they can just get set because everything was soon cast. And if you cast, me, I believe say they will be there for their village. Just watch.
Now you can see what actually going on. You can see that even the prison that they actually took on the kind of place Sokoto where they think nobody will even know him, he will not even be recognized and all of that. Because that's the major reason why they took him down to Sokoto prison there. They were scared of the fact that a lot of Igbo people are in Kuje prison in Abuja. They're scared of the fact that all those people can come together and make them know they are king and at the long run they can cause a prison break and all of that. You can see that was the reason why they took him to Sokoto prison and they took him out of Abuja. But the same thing they were running from in Abuja actually happened few days after Nnamdi got to Sokoto prison. These people merged together, they made Nnamdi Kanu their president. Do you know what it means for Nnamdi Kanu to be made president in a prison? Do you know what it means for someone to be made president in a prison, a correctional center?
All right, my people, what we are hearing right now is a very serious development coming out of the United States, and it is something that could shape Nigeria's international image in the coming weeks. The news is that President Donald Trump has now given a direct instruction to Congressman Riley Moore and the powerful House Appropriations Committee to open a full probe into what they are calling the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. This is not a small committee. This is one of the biggest, strongest committees in the US Congress. And for the President of the United States to personally direct them to investigate Nigeria means the situation has moved to another level.
Wall Street.
If you have poor circulation, you've probably tried dozens of supplements with zero results. The supplement industry is flooded with worthless pills. The truth is, your body only needs 3 specific powerful compounds.
This is Monday.
Okay.
Another product laptop. I'm from London, UK. After having 30 years.
This is Monday, the first day of December 2025. I can't even imagine that I'm in December 2025. Happy New Month to you all. Alright, quickly, I really want to give a background of this video so that people will not misunderstand me. I was one of the from the Catholic Church. So my family is a Catholic family. I have lived
I've been doing all the music and all the stuff ahead of time now. Because when I come back, it's a Monday. I go back later and it's not after the Thanksgiving. So we really have 4 days. We can Thanksgiving out of it too for you guys. And it's gonna be great. So we're going to internally Long Beach, South Oaks, then we go to San Francisco. And then the following weekend we are doing Philly, Washington DC, and New Jersey, and then fun
So I know Catholic grandfathers to be people, very people, all of them that I have met, only one I live with for over a year. They are very good. But indeed, I want to talk about the life Bishop Matthew Kuka. Bishop Kuka lies too much. And I thought about not the first time I see and doing some things on my life. Someone can do something.
It's a whole thing. I've been like the craziest part of all this. I mean, not like so crazy. You know, once I like I'm so busy, and then I'm getting on matcha, and then I'm going to gym. I'm the last person who says I'm being busy. You know what I mean? I love to be at home. I love to sit on a couch all day. But I truly been 24 hours because not only do I have to do all of the nutrition stuff, all of the Beetlejuice prep, all the New York prep, including guests in New York and getting a podcast studio there and like figuring all of that out. I do all the Christmas music ahead of time. My Christmas music videos we're doing, I leave in 13 days, and I have to do, not kidding, 15 episodes. I have to do 6 on Love Line, and I have 8 just for me. And we're doing our Halloween episodes all next week. While we're doing our current ones for that week, and I have a couple guests next week, and I have 2 big music videos. So, and we're doing all Halloween stuff. So I'm like trying to get costumes and wigs, and then flying Sad Boy out and then rehearsing, and then I have to finish the vocals on the weekend. It's really it's busy. And Oscar was like, slow down after this third. Like, yeah, the rest of the year we're taking off, but clock it. We will take off Christmas and New Year, and maybe we'll just take it out at some point in that process. But I love it. I feel very happy and lucky, and I feel it's the first time ever in my life that I've gotten some equal opportunities and to see that you guys, and I mean it so sincerely. I always say this because of TikTok and Gen Z and the people watching. A lot of people older are like, you know what, I'm Gen X and I watch you. Okay, I appreciate you too, but most of the Gen Xers were telling me I was fat and talented when I was 18. So the ones that are here, we love you. The other ones, you go. Anyway, so I appreciate everyone, and I appreciate it. And I know I get all these opportunities because people have been very supportive and wonderful and nice. And the tour this year was really successful. So I appreciate it. I have passion for everything I do. I truly love it. I truly love it. And I'm really, 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 really thankful. I don't know say much. I'm really thankful. I'm thankful for a lot of things. I'm thankful for all the opportunities. I'm thankful that our kids are happy. I'm just probably scared. You're so smart and everyone loves you. Like, Oscar's so sweet and so wonderful. Yeah, people really do love you. I don't see comments like all the time for my mom. I love the boys and all that. Maybe there's one comment. But the letters are very, very nice. And the picture is very, very nice. And yeah, and let me know when I come over. I'm figuring all that out too. Getting everyone out there. Because there's like someone coming to the show, at least everything that I'm there. Yeah, like still people have reached out. Like, I'm like,
Yeah, good evening. And this is Reverend Daniel. Yes, I'm calling on behalf of NC Church that uses Brian Clark Hall, main hall at Oldham. Yeah, I'm calling to see if you have dedicated our account for coming Sunday. Are we not paying weekly again? Because our terms of contract was that we be paying for weekly, and that is why we opened the account. Yeah. That's the monthly. So what changed? Oh, I said what changed? What changed? But you made me to go to the bank to sort out the debits, which we did. Before, you said the account cannot be debited, that there was an error. And I went to the bank to rectify it, that now it can be debited weekly as usual. It can only be. When we can do it by debit. If we continue having problem with the debit card, but why not try the debit card since it has been cleared? There has never been the debit card has been rectified and there is no problem in deducting the money. Yeah, there is no problem on debiting the card. We don't want to stay offline. We want to stay online. And that was why we went to check if there is problem with the debit card in the bank. I spoke with Chigozie. I've already spoken with him. He said he never said anything like that. It was agreed between who and who? It was agreed between who? No, I'm asking about whether it was agreed with him or it was what it was at your own discretion. Well, let me transfer to him. Maybe we'll get back to you. Oh, mm. Oh,
Holds it up, gets really good. Super effective work. The wrist there, it's cleared away by that. Cement trying to hold it up. So the crowd goes to the first half. We wondered if that would make that substitution, bring Osimhen on. Di Lorenzo, difficult ball. Osimhen kicks it out there, just down the right hand side. Looks for Osimhen, good save by Kepa.
Here is Osimhen, fouled by Di Lorenzo.
Stop. Osimhen. Just lets it away off Rudiger. The Ardennes in the Spanish Civil War. Very experienced coach. Rudiger. He's seen on the magic numbers that he sorts of belief. Here's Osimhen. The point for Real Madrid to go into. Certainly hold the ball up. Elmas. Towards Osimhen. Di Lorenzo. Way moving. He's defending against Osimhen so much. Looking for Osimhen again. Against best players. Ready to see inside there. Celia's in there. Still up Rudiger. Holds it up. Gets Rudiger. Super effective work. The wrist there. It's cleared away by that. Osimhen trying to hold it up. So the crowd goes to the first half. We wondered if that would make that substitution, bring Osimhen on.
Today, I will walk you through on how to create a news broadcast using AI, like this one. Good morning and welcome to AI Mastery Tutorial News. I'm Queen Avatar. Today, we bring you updates from around the world. In our top stories, 24 Nigerian girls released over a week after abduction. Stay with us as we break down the latest stories making headlines. A group of 24 Nigerian girls who were abducted from their boarding school over a week ago have been released.
Mhm. So, good evening. Biko, ị ga-asị na abịa na-egbu oyi n'ọsọ. M kpọrọ ndị Eduletin because before I made service that last Sunday, it was a hell of difficulty ha na-asị ka provider. So nsị ka m kpọọ ha n'oge before the middle of the week. So oge m kpọrọ ha, my major point was that last week they were talking about na ga na-akwụ ụgwọ monthly. So mkpọ ha na-asa ha debit go our card ebe ọ bụ na rectify go the card. a debit to go against coming Sunday. The woman said, "Na hey debit that an agreement language with you, but na I gonna go offline instead of online." And so I've hammer more and spend the time in your charge the account. Who know whether anything now block how we deduct the ego direct debit. Or say na agreement language with you, but now I gonna go offline and then I gonna go monthly. So instead what changed? Na blog booking go weekly and there were any problem from debiting the account on a weekly basis. I say that the best thing for bug that na I reach go that agreement. Now I reach agreement with you for what they want to do. I say come boy. So that's why. Mm, 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 yeah, yeah. Mm, mm, yeah. Mm, mm, mm. My major difficulty, but that never anything that prevents them from taking the money by direct debit. And that was why Joanna reminded us that Kamal na any difficulty to take the money. We bring to Kuku again. Mm, mm, yeah. Mm, so Manya put the thing. She doesn't listen to before anything Last Sunday, I was online with them from 1 o'clock to 7 in the night. Still, it was not resolved. Eh? Mm. Well, can you know sometime now? I just wanted to resolve it before asking Logan Gala. Can you maybe in 30 minutes? Can you share your man on again with 20 hours? Mm. Yeah. Mm. It's okay. All right. Bye.
also like the same dog. And then they will ask you, yeah, you will ask you, do you want to that was and that is why you can't use it.
Oh,
Okay. I would be important for
Last year, checking
Send a free gift secretly to someone special.
Hmm. Destruction.
You're really strong. That's That's the bit of the table, that's the section one. Another one is the hospital. So how do you do this?
Your right to a trial by a jury.
Yeah, he said, let's down here.
Bone on bone, surgery comes next, but this $1 tax may save you from it. If arthritis, swelling, or knee pain is taking over your life, you probably tried it all. Pills that wreck your stomach, creams that do nothing, braces that slip, and shots that only last a week. My doctor said surgery was next. $30,000 in months of recovery. I felt stuck until I saw someone in an arthritis group talking about a patch that changed their life. They said it eased their pain almost instantly. Honestly, I was skeptical, but I was desperate enough to try. Day 1, the stabbing eased, and I finally slept through the night. Day 3, I climbed stairs without holding the rail. Day 7, I walked my dog uphill without thinking about it. Day 14, I felt like a new person, standing for hours, moving freely, and finally getting my life back. It's discreet, natural, and delivers relief right at the source, without pills or surgery. No wonder it's on fire when sold out multiple times. Right now, there's a 70% discount, but stock never lasts. Grab yours while you can.
I never knew I could get all my things. I could do wearing them to bed every night, but the same everything.
Now it's not meditating out and
this isn't your average slingshot. It's a mechanical one. It's as accurate as rifle with a 99.5% hit rate within 100 meters and can even punch clean through a 1 millimeter thick steel plate in an instant. Equipped with a 4x high definition scope and a special laser lock targeting system, it lets you nail the exact spot marked by the red laser gun, even from 100 meters away. Even if you've never used one before, no practice needed. Just line up the laser and you'll experience that bullseye every time thrown right out of the box. Say goodbye to struggling with rubber bands. Thanks to its unique mechanical rubber system, all you do is pull the trigger and boom, 70 tons of power unleashes instantly, giving you a rapid-fire rate of 12 shots per minute. At its core, a premium high elasticity carbon rubber bands imported directly from Japan. They stay strong even after 8,000 consecutive shots with almost zero loss of performance. Loaded with steel balls, and it becomes your go-to precision hunting tool for protecting your farm or scaring off pests. Switch to the specialized fishing arrow tips, and it instantly transforms into an underwater spearfishing bait. Every shot brings you a fresh catch, built entirely from aerospace grade alloy steel. It's tough as nails, yet folds down to the size of a water bottle, so you can easily use your backpack or suitcase for use anytime, anywhere. And don't worry, it's by Virgin by legal. Only compliant with current laws and classes.
Read several sailors here. Find all the best deals on Booyah.com. Last chance to book with up to 30% off and enjoy our all-inclusive resort, no city hotels. Hurry up! The most popular dates are going now. Book now at Booyah.com.
If you truly value the safety of yourself or your family, you must have it. It unfolds in no less than just 1 second. With a simple press of the switch, you can easily get any object within 200 meters and avoid danger instantly. Whether it's a hard steel frame or a motion piece, it can be easily penetrated. Equipped with a 4x high magnification scope and a special laser targeting system, it can accurately hit the spot pointed by the red dot even from 200 meters away. And even beginners using it for the first time can shoot with precision without practice. Relying solely on laser targeting. No more struggling to pull rubber bands. The unique mechanical lever structure allows you to unleash 70 pounds of powerful energy with a gentle pull of the trigger. Capable of firing 12 shots per minute. Whether for personal safety, gaming, fishing, or hunting fast-running prey. It's incredibly useful. Made entirely of aerospace-grade alloy steel, it's sturdy and durable. When folded, it's only the size of a water bottle, making it convenient to place in a backpack or suitcase for use anytime. You can easily fend off any animal or person threatening your safety without getting into legal trouble. Since its launch, it has been well received, and there are only 110 units left in this batch. The next batch will take 3 months, so order quickly. We promise discreet shipping, and if you encounter legal issues due to using the slingshot, we promise to provide comprehensive legal support. Additionally, if you're not satisfied within 14 days of receiving the product, you can return it anytime. Basically, there are two explanations to why the government is allowing this kind of an act to go unpunished. It's either the government is incompetent or in bed with this radical, or secondly, the government is seeing sense in this concept of negotiating with these people, but they are not coming out to tell everybody. On the part of incompetence, I don't see any reason why this man should not be arrested. Because first of all, these are terrorists we're talking about. So on whose authority to be able to negotiate with these people? Because the last time I checked, what he has committed now is a criminal offense. It's a criminal offense, and of which he and his wife should be brought to court. And that is just it. But on the part of the federal government seeing this as a way to go as well, the federal government should also help concerned citizens and innocent citizens. Like number one, first of all, withdrawing these soldiers who are sending to go and fight this thing that you know that they are not the ones to fight. Save the innocent life of these innocent soldiers. Let them go and negotiate with them. Withdraw them and send them to places where they are recognized and where their actions will be justified and supported by the majority community. That is just it. And let them accept it. There is no amount of operator soldiers can carry out in this place that believes in negotiating with these radical bandits that it will be a success. Because first of all, the community will serve as number one informant to these people in regards to the advancement of soldiers and any other means. And that is just it. And this specifically, that is why I keep saying regional government, regionalization. Even if we can't even have regional government, let's have a semblance of regional government in the sense that if you have a regional government now, you will not have a bunch of collection of lawmakers from different areas with different ideologies and different concepts and school of thought just coming out to share those in favor say I just want to say I, and this is issue that affects some certain group that is clueless about. And that is what it is. So let them vote according. Let the voting according to things that concerns a particular region be based on the lawmakers that represent that region. When it comes to national security and international relations, then we can now have the majority vote of the House. Same to the House of Representatives. What are we saying? Let's not deceive ourselves. The call for regional police is overdue. Regionalized district state police, and then everybody go and face it. And let's take ourselves the truth. There's this thing that people are not here. As far as I'm concerned, the
elements are just the arm wing of administrative arm of the administrative, radical administration of this region. I am telling you. And they are trying to buy them time more resources for their final agenda. And that people, this middle ground news especially, and regions that are faced with this thing. I am telling you, don't wait for the federal government to do everything for you. Deploy the local resources, local things within your own capacity, within the ambit of the law to hotel this thing. You have to irrespective. You are thinking the government is talking about we want to recruit 20,000 police or whatever. That will amount to nothing. First of all, you have to vigilate your institution. Face your governors. Face your governors. The last time I checked, that 56 billion as security goods. What has come out of it? And that is why I'm saying to the people, grandparents, to the what is to even do whatever, use the resources within your base, activate the local business, mandate your governors to activate even vigilante workers. Let them be empowered and let the community also support them in any way possible. And
Chairman, Sheikh Gumi, why do you go on impossible angles?
that it makes that it shops as really. Just one reach gets magnified and undermines all the success we have accomplished. And that is why we must invest hugely in tech and infrastructure that enable us to meet crime in the front and also react swiftly when one has been committed. And that is what today's event is reinforcing. And the donation from the trust fund that have just been launched and then the deluxe vehicles, the long range drone and other security gadgets, the security, the bulletproof helmet, and also the bulletproof security vests that are being donated. It's something that we feel with much gratitude.
Hmm.
valuable dignity of yourself or your family. You must have it. Get in full to know in just 1 second. With a simple press of the switch, you can easily get any object within 200 meters. And your customer responds by the ministry.
Sure.
After having 30 years done to get the perfect smile, and after countless weeks of social internet research, I finally found the therapy. After searching, having good reviews, I then contacted the dentist who had a great video call with my mind at ease. I then came to Mumbai, found the wonderful doctors who helped me with my whole treatment, through my surgery, my implant, the whole process. That was trying to give me perfect smile. And I would like to thank hospitality of the board, the environment, hospitality.
The Nigerian company by Chinese
I have the document here. You can see it now. You can see it on the screen here. I have the document here. It actually says that if you look at it, it shows you a docket. When it's docket, and upon speaking, your viewers can go on Google and fact check it. When docket is used for a criminal standing. It's a criminal standing. So you don't use a docket for a certain matter. And then right on the very first paragraph on this docket, it says that this is a procedure action under section under 21 USC section 881. USC is the United States Criminal Code. I will say it again. USC is the United States Criminal Code. If you're watching at Google and can fact check it. The United States Criminal Code is section 18. USC, United States Criminal Code. And I'm going to read what section 881 of USC Criminal Code says. It is a really it says, the following shall be subject to the forfeiture to the United States and no property rights shall exist in them. All money, negotiable instruments, securities, or other things of value furnished or intended to be furnished by any person in exchange for a controlled substance or listed chemical in violation of this subchapter. All persons traceable to such an exchange and all money, negotiable instruments, and securities intended to be used to facilitate any violation of this subchapter. The word used here is controlled substances. Now, for Nigerians who know substances, the controlled substances are what they call narcotics. Hard drugs, in this case, is white and red. Wallace David was involved in the white and red cartel. And he was the treasurer of that cartel. And then he put some money into an account. He was working for Mobile. And after the money for Mobile, his salary was $2,400. Yet he paid the total of $1.4 million into their account. Now, he was asking explain how he got this money. He could not explain how he got this money. So, one of these accounts, the one $450,000, it was forfeited to the United States government. It was not taxed. Now, there is only one agency of the United States government that has the authority to take forfeited amount, and that is the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. We look at the case of the state record Ishmael Gambauda, who was the leader
language that was used is the exact same language that was used for that man, Ishmael, about that. And what you can do, that it says that you agree to forfeit $5 million. Therefore, with what was used for the only difference is the amount. The other thing is $450,000. Ishmael is about that, so it is $5 million. Now, after watching this, I see after
wider fires. I would think I could reach
USDJPY.
very soon. Well, how we just said that and now, the people we have to just all rushing. I want the family members to keep me right and make people see it. Like and I'll tell you the day the judge like the law will say if you are not done that correct. If you want to do that you are arranged to the public. It's not the way people live. When they go to school, they have become they are not supposed to have Americans. They don't have sense because they don't have people they can reason it. And now the celebrity they said they are not very soon. See,
Daily stock market updates, everyone. US markets, well, there's some.
So this was the moment the Reverend Father raised a lamp when they sighted every arm on an interrogator near the primary school gate, Cross River State. Guess what? The Reverend Father raised a lamp quickly made the people, share it on the social media and this area became viral. So that's the entire.
This is what you get fascia ring for just 1 month to do. You know what happens when you massage and work out with this fascia ring for 20 minutes every day? My mom did it for just 1 week. And my dad says she seems like a totally different person. The bigger your belly gets, the more tired you feel. But once your stomach starts shrinking, you'll feel so much lighter and freer. A friend of mine secretly used the fascia ring for 2 weeks while her husband was away on a business trip. After trying it, she only regretted one thing. She wished she bought it sooner. It really is that good. I'm using it myself, And all my friends are hooked too. Within a month, maybe even just past that time, you'll see results. Stick with it for just 7 days. Massaging your belly every night before bed. And I promise you'll come back thanking me.
You know what happens when you gently massage your belly every night before sleep. My mom did it for a week, and my dad was so impressed he went out and bought 2 more. Never felt more light and relaxed because your belly is loose and unlocked. If you're Sanji, I recommend using it every other day. If you're 50, use it daily. Your body will thank you.
This fascia ring is very cheap and effective. I only bought it because a friend recommended it. I'm shocked at how well it actually works. With 16,000 RPM high-powered motor, it uses target your fascia, working from pinpoint areas to full body massage. It can rub your belly, massage your waist, tap your back, and ease your shoulders, all without you lifting a finger. Just flip it on and press the button. You don't we're so on its own. After a long day at work, coming home and using it feels absolutely amazing, especially for women as they get older. Once you start using this, you won't want to live without it. It comes with 6 decibel intensity levels, low for dental comfort, medium for deep muscle relief, and high for that whole satisfying massage. Just lying at home, you can work out your whole body before you know it. You get the same benefits
Wall Street.
whether you're at work, watching TV, or doing housework. You can use it anytime, anywhere. Right now, the manufacturer is selling at half price. Direct to you. No middleman. Order today and get a super long strap free. Just fast shipping to your door for less than the cost of a simple breakfast. You can have this amazing tool.
No, that way to allow you to also to barrack as all the human leaders as someone administering, telling them to vigilance because of what's happening across the country. You may have heard that because that went to River State and guess what the militants they dealt with them. But because of the seriousness of the matter, recently, Barrack has gone ahead for all the traditional leaders, telling them to be very vigilant if you see something, say something. He said, you guys have my phone number. Basically, here's something happened. But before I take you to that, I want you to take a look at it. Because the headline that is also worrisome. Do you know that it doesn't involve this type of the inequality, biggest in Sokoto and other places like this? So there's like this company adopted 2 residents, father that carry and by one person nearby father and one Gatawa, all Sabon local government, Sabon Kini local government of the community in Sokoto is of that legislature. These are mostly areas with find precincts. That's where they are attacking the law. And this agency and banking for Saturday and adopted a bride, her bridesmaid, and several Lorishas in Chateau, Kini, one local government of Sokoto, wanted preparation for wedding money. So that's all these areas are. And if you have many Christians are moderate Muslims living in this place, and these are where they are targeting. Have you ever heard that a mosque and churches and where Christians are? Anyway, that's not better than people are also coming out to move for the work as a church. And you're going to go see how the balance to the traditional rulers of River State. You also make mention of the memories during the emergency that happened, say the emergency that happened in the state of Lagos and open to see that Nigeria is totally. I said, taking over that, let me know your thoughts on the comment section. We go for it sometimes. I'm going to go.
This AI puppy is selling out every month because kids actually think it's real. The pet stores are fighting to ban it from shelves. I've been a grandmother for 16 years, and this is the smartest purchase I've ever made. Last month, I got my granddaughter Emma this smart plastic puppy. I still can't believe it. This isn't just some stuff down. Waffy has smart technology that recognizes Emma's voice and responds to it. He sits on command, barks when you talk to him,
walks around the house, even tilts his head and wags his tail exactly like a real puppy. The first time Emma saw him, her face absolutely lit up. She hugged him tight and refused to let go. I could tell she felt more at peace and joyful when she sees him. She's sleeping better now and has been crying constantly. Ruffy comes in two gorgeous colours, white and brown. I picked brown because it reminded me of my childhood. What I love most is watching Emma. When she pets his tail wags and makes these sweet puppy sounds back. It's like having a real child, but made from completely fake material. 3 neighbours have already asked where we adopted him. That's how realistic. Emma treats Ruffy like her best friend. She reads him stories, takes him for walks around the house, even tucks him in bed at night. She's learning love and responsibility. Emma hasn't asked for a real one since. I have to admit, I got one for myself too. Living alone can feel a bit lonely sometimes, and Ruffy keeps me company. At 50% off, Ruffy delivers all that wonderful companionship for under $30. No feeding schedule, no destroyed furniture, no vet bills or chemicals. Right now, you can grab Ruffy for 50% off, but only 47 left at this time.
Well, we are live here at the Ikebos. As you can see, we are the Ikebos, there's a lot of Cameroonian here. Because the Fulani men were seen this morning, very close to our primary. You can see the primary school place. Little school that is the course. We close every arm Fulani men. This is an evidence. One of my first leaders, the leader of the charismatic, says, can you please come to the camera? What is it? Before Fulani, just said, really still there. And there they go. And you saw them camping there. It's very close to the primary school. Just this morning of the first day of December, and you can see that the whole school is so silent. We have closed the school everywhere. It's absolutely empty now because of the situation. I was just called out to run from the parent center and from one of my African people roadside, and this is happening live. We need help. We need help. They are seriously in danger here because we know that the Fulani camp is here and the army barracks. There is a big forest between Ichibo and the army barracks, and most times that is where the Fulani camp. So assessing us there is from one of my African Ichibo roadside, and this
Bone on bone surgery comes next, but this $1 tax may save you. If arthritis, swelling, or knee pain is taking over your life, you probably tried it all. Pills that wreck your stomach, creams that do nothing, braces that slip, and shots that only last a week. My doctor said surgery was months, $30,000 in months of recovery. I felt stuck until I saw someone with arthritis group talking about patch that changed their life. They said it eased their pain almost instantly. Honestly, I was skeptical, but I was desperate enough to try. Day 1, the stabbing knee. I finally slept through the night. Day 3, I climbed stairs without holding the bed. Day 7, I walked my dog uphill without thinking about it. Day 14, I felt like a new person, standing for hours, moving freely, and finally getting my life back. It's discreet, natural, and delivers relief right at source, without pills or surgery. No wonder it's gone viral and sold out multiple times. Right now, there's a 70% discount with stocks never last. Grab yours while you can.
I never knew I could get on that. I've been just wearing them to bed every night.
Not imagine a day without that. I used to hide my mouth every time I laughed. I'd avoid eating out because I was terrified my denture would slip and fall out. It's exhausting. You feel like the energy was gone. Then I found these truly fit dentures. The crazy part, they're designed to move perfectly to your mouth in just 3 minutes, whether you have all your teeth, some teeth, or none at all. No food, no dentist, no appointment. All you have to do is dip them in hot water to activate the flex-fit material, light down to mold it to the shape of your mouth, and you have a brand new set of dentures. They would kill me when my friends thought I'd gotten implants. They don't flip. It's just a pure natural fit. Now, I bite into apple, steak, anything I want. I see clearly, and I smile without even thinking about it. I've worn mine every day for months, and they still feel brand new. It feels like I got my life back. These look even better than the ones they made me at the dentist. But I did it myself, right here at home. I can't believe I waited so long. You keep it hiding your smile for once you see it normally again. Stop waiting. Get yours now at the link below. Like you again. Plus, there's a 96-mile guarantee. Love your fit or get your money back. Move on. This simple smile.
You can just forget about it.
We focus on when skills is flexible, made matches and different. Each weekly session works on 10 key topics unique to every student. We are open to all skill levels to come. Give it a try, see what you think. fellowship. You must have it. Get involved.
This morning we're being joined by the UN Women Country representative to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Madam Beatrice L. Thank you so much for staying.
But I can assure you that most of this category of insecurity are emanating from economic crisis. Are usually
Well, Mr. Kingsley Powell joins us as the Commissioner for Information and Communications, Kogi State. Mr. Powell, good morning. Welcome to the show. Kogi State is one state that has been locked in insecurity. Just recently, the Cherubim Church was attacked. People adopted. And the state government, interestingly, said that, well, religious houses should avoid areas that are described as hotspots. And they should not gather there. Shouldn't the messaging be, we will provide security for you so you can gather and worship?
For real.
Music industry creators and artist managers. From one control party to another, please do not enjoy bringing controversial stories. Because honestly, I don't want to know and once again with all of the stories available. Now, with that, True Papa and
Nigerian resident doctors involved in a nationwide investigation. The industrial action that patients to bear the brunt. An estimated 11,000 resident doctors across 91 teaching hospitals withdrew their services in protest for poor working conditions and delayed entitlements. At their Sukuru General Hospital, the homes are empty.
journey of doctors, staff, and the patients.
No regularity.
Welcome to the my first residence was of 32 and particularly many kind of consideration. There are 17 one area of population as a area of population. On the north area of population side, we have a base of 42 big population. This will now show this as whether it is north area of population or the
Mm. Mm. Mhm. Hmm. Oh, c'est le pays de champion. You are just impossible. Why can't the sound be quiet? Okokobioko. Oh, USGPY.
I invite your spirit to light up my life like the advocate, hope, peace, and love. Let the light of Christ shine so brightly that others see it and glorify it. Keep me grounded, salt, and be full. You are my hope. You are my keeper. You are my God. I hold this prayer in the name of the one who was, and is, and is to come, Jesus, the Messiah. Amen. Friends, as you finish this prayer, do not let the moment pass. Psalm I didn't want to or distraction that you can disclose your needs in a second, whether it's excessive social media.
Yeah. Hmm. Eu chamo Yeah. It is here. It is here. Mm. Oh, Hmm.
How about the Naga start the one?
No. Wall Street. This has happened. This woman.
Oh.
I just do my password online banking. Using Hmm. 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 Mm. God help me. I need your help. Donosi.
That is all my Brother, I don't need that. Don't like me. I have to know. Oh my. Right. That's right. Anyway,
Wow. 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 Um,
Yeah, I'm telling you that to be made to be that. Actually, I don't want. Oh, no.
Chimo. Oh, Chimo. Challenges, challenges.
Premium was experienced as VMS monthly to the Nigerian market in December of this year and in January 2026, amid data featuring uninterrupted nationwide youth mobility to the festive season and into the new year. President and Chief Executive of Abitration said that he's endeavored to disclose the plans at the weekend, noting that the refinery will make available the candidates to VMS daily beginning December the 1st. Somebody is one of the where most residents are very unhappy hours, but you can't contribute to state government's food security. The repentant there is a people of people who
the challenge.
To these last few weeks in the U.S. Nobody can break out for every 6 months. My friends roasted me for buying
Nigeria has 1.2 traditional rights. And many of the stories are well known. We have a human rights of both. And every communal police has the human rights. So, I will end with that. They're talking about the people. The real terrorists, we have to go Boko Haram. They will go to every come out of time. We need to get out. I think that Nigeria is a good job. China and Britain are the
how that's the good is down there. And the entire system positive. And if you think because John Kuhn, the founder of WhatsApp, grew up on food stamps, cleaned floors to get by, and was rejected by Facebook. Then he built WhatsApp and sold it to 19 Ukraine, where his family lived without running water or electricity. As a child, he stood in government traction lines to get food. At 16, he discovered immigrants in the United States, hoping for a better future. They arrived with almost nothing, surviving on food stamps while his father worked at the beach. Kuhn took a job cleaning floors at a grocery store to help make ends meet. Life was hard, but he refused to accept that struggle with the fight. He found old programming books at a used bookstore to taught himself the day day practice, determined to break free from poverty. The skills landed him a job at Yahoo, but after 9 years, he wanted more. In 2009, he applied for a job at Facebook, and he got rejected. The rejection stung, but instead of giving up, he tuned in. Kuhn had an idea. A simple ad-free messaging app that allowed people to connect privately. He started building WhatsApp, working in a small office with barely anyone. At first, no one cared. Investors turned him down. The app struggled. But Kuhn believed in it, including it every single. Then WhatsApp exploded. Millions of people started using it, valuing its simplicity and privacy. And in 2014, the unthinkable happened. Facebook, the same company that once rejected it, bought WhatsApp for $19 billion. It became one of the biggest tech deals. John Kuhn proved that where you start doesn't define where you go. Rejection, poverty, and struggle didn't break them. Life is hard. Success belongs to those who refuse to stop. You can be informed of a hashtag believe in how it below so you can hear any future video. And if you are new, welcome to Believe Nation, the only channel that helps you believe in daily one video. Yourself or your family. It unfolds and opens in just 1 second. With a simple press of the switch, you can easily get any object within 200 meters and avoid danger instantly. Whether it's a hard steel plate or a broken sheet, it can be easily penetrated. We touch with a 4x line magnification that keeps special laser targeting. It can accurately hit the spot pointed by the red dot even to 200 meters away. Even beginners doing it for the first time shoot with precision without practice. Relying solely on laser targeting. No more struggling to pull rubber bands. The unique mechanical lever structure allows you to unleash 70 pounds of powerful energy with a gentle pull of the trigger. Capable of firing 12 shots per minute. Whether for personal safety, keeping fishing, or hunting past running prey.
Oh, smart.
Incredibly useful. Made entirely of aerospace grade alloy steel. It's sturdy and durable. When fallen, it's only the size of a rubber bomb. Make money with the backpack or suitcase for use anytime. You can easily fend off any animal threatening your safety without getting into legal trouble. Since its launch, it has been well received, and there are only 110 units left in this batch. The next batch will take 3 months. So order quickly. We promise this free shipping, and if you encounter legal issues due to using the slingshot, we promise to provide comprehensive legal support. Additionally, if you're not satisfied within 14 days of receiving the product, you can return it anytime.
Number 1, humble beginnings in Soviet Ukraine. Those who refuse to stop. So that's this.
Coming up on Network Africa.
Rampart.
This smart A bone conduction hearing headphone uses advanced bone conduction technology.
One of my arguments are that insecurity is part of APC. Insecurity has been APC's way of getting power. Insecurity has been part of APC's way of staying in power.
Every month, 100 billion naira is deducted from the federation account and sent to the security agencies. Why is that really? In 2024, over 2.2 million Nigerians, 615,000 were killed. Is Nigeria at war? These numbers are worse than the 8 years. In 1 year,
we are part of this government that has failed to secure the nations and protect its people.
Somebody wants to destroy my reputation. Why? Nobody wants to be president in 2031.
Because I was one of the organizers.
Anti-Buhari, anti-Tinubu. Everybody, welcome back to Big TV News Gist and Blog. In today's video, we're going to unveil who is El-Rufai, the former Kaduna State Governor. You know, recently he formed a coalition in order to kick Bola Ahmed Tinubu out of office. Why is he doing so? Who is he? And I want you guys to know his ambition and why he's so furious, desperate, angry towards Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Recently, he went on the national TV to grant a press interview. And in that interview, he said a lot of things against Bola Ahmed Tinubu with the hope that Nigeria will stood by him. But Italy, they say, never forget. And these things have generated a misreactions, and that has had even more people to
sit on the fence to know if they are going to stand with Aerofire or they are going to stand with Dollar Making, or neither way, they're going to speak to whoever they desire to support. But before we dive into the main story today, I want you guys to watch this particular interview of Aerofire, what he said. We'll be right back.
The Cyber Week sale is here. Find all the best deals on Hulu.com. Last chance to book with up to 30% off and enjoy our all-inclusive resorts or city hotels. Hurry up! The most popular dates are selling out. Book now only on Hulu.com.
This isn't just a slingshot. It's a mechanical, folding slingshot rifle that turns you into a sharpshooter in seconds, boasting 99.5% accuracy within 100 meters, rivaling air rifles, and powerful enough to pierce 1mm steel plate on impact. Equipped with a 4x high-clarity scope and a precision laser targeting system. Just follow the red dot and hit your mark every single time. Even total beginners can land perfect shots right out of the box. No practice needed. Just aim, pull the trigger, and feel the thrill of dead-on accuracy. No more straining to pull rubber bands. Thanks to its unique mechanical lever system, a single trigger pull unleashes 70 pounds of explosive force and fires up to 12 rounds per minute. The core power comes from premium Japanese imported carbon rubber bands, engineered to maintain 95% plus elasticity even after 8,000 shots. Swap in fishing darts, it transforms into an underwater hunting tool, guaranteeing a full catch every time. Built from aerospace-grade alloy steel, it's ultra-durable yet folds down smaller than a water bottle, slipping easily into your rucksack or car boot for instant use anywhere. And rest assured, it's 100% legal in the UK as a certified leisure sports device. No license required. But we strongly recommend the 2-pack at £49. Keep one as a backup and give the other to your fishing mate or brother. It's the ultimate, most powerful present they'll ever receive. Order today and get a luxury starter kit free, worth £25. We guarantee fully discreet delivery and lifetime free servicing. No questions asked. But hurry, only 70 sets remain in stock. Once they're gone for good. Click now, before it's too late.
Somebody wants to destroy my reputation. Why? Nobody wants to be president in 2031. Well, he has to eliminate every northerner that he thinks is in the radar. That's what's going on. Personally, is not my friend. Nobody is not my friend. They were my friends at some point. I'm not saying that. Now, what's happening in the ICT? The EFCC has done its investigations and they have not charged anybody because there is nothing, right? But the ICPC, whose chairman is the brother of a friend of ours called Faruk Adamadi, who is a very close friend of Nuribal, reports to Nuribal on this. This project of destroying Nuribal, which conception is the architect and is the builder of that project and one working with the person to implement it. So far, it's frustrating for them because they have not been able to find anything. In fact, what they have resulted to me in the last 2 weeks is to be calling some of my officials and saying, in case your problem should go away. This is what the ICPC has become. The EFCC is far more professional. They have, done a much better job of it. And now that we've seen that the whole thing is a charade, we are going to start fighting back. Okay? Charles, I've been in public service for a long time. I was invited to Islam Abubakar. I've been GG of DPP, Minister of FCT, and Governor of Kaduna. I swear to God, I have never in my life taken a penny that I'm not entitled to. In fact, in my first time of office, because we took a vow along with my late deputy governor that we will be donating 50% of our salaries and allowances back to the state coffers. I did that. I gave my own entitlement to the government, and I have treasury receipts for that. I have never taken a penny, but somebody wants to destroy my reputation. Why? Who is that was president in 2031? Well, he has to eliminate every northerner that he thinks is in the radar. That's what's going on. Now, in 2027, I'm going to control the same people. We're going to take the same decision which candidate to support and in which vacuum? But do you think, because you mentioned there that you were also driven by certain principles, one of them being that the presidency had to go to the South, irrespective of who it it had to be a South. I mean, by that same token, are you going to support a Southern president in 2027? I cannot say that now. No, let me following from the logic. No, I'm in a different position now. Right. In 2023, I was a governor. I was a state governor. And whatever decision we took must reflect the values of Ahmadu Bello, Aminu Kano, Sakashi Ibrahim, JS, that our leaders in the north that had a handshake across the Niger with our southern brothers and built trust. That was the duty imposed on me as a governor. I was not an ordinary person. I was the representative of late Ahmadu Bello, Aminu Kano, and so on. These were the values we were pursuing. It was not our personal interest. Now, okay, now I'm not sure I will be in the APC in 2027. So I cannot answer that question. As a private citizen, I can afford to be reckless and say, you know what? We gave the Southerners their chance. They gave us Tinubu. Has he done well? If he hasn't done well by 2027, let's watch him out. Okay? I would prefer that the Southerner succeeds Tinubu. But at the end of the day, in the party that I would be, whether it is APC or any other party, the calculation has to be who is in. And as I told you earlier, in Kaduna, when we looked at all the southern aspirants, our caucus said, look, Tinubu has the best chance of winning. Our party must win. Whatever the target she comes with, let's manage it after we win. It is the same way these decisions are taken. Now, in 2027, I will not be a governor. So I will not have the sort of clout that I had in 2023. But I'm just explaining this so that people understand that in those small rooms where these political decisions are taken, hard political mathematics takes place, in which you want to win. And the person that wins is the one that you go for. It doesn't matter where he comes from. It's the person that you think will win because your party should win the election. So I cannot answer that question now. It's a question that we have to look going forward. Right. Okay, but let's assess the political temperature in this country from the northern perspective. Yeah. We've read many times. We've had people sit where you're sitting from the Northern League, different people from the North who express dissatisfaction with President Tinubu, particularly over what is your position? I agree with them. I think that President Tinubu's appointments are quite invalid. But unlike others that think, oh, the appointments are skewed towards Southwest. No. Please don't blame Southwest for what one individual is doing. Okay? As a northerner and someone that has his life under military rule, we have suffered that. The military takes power, they do things, the head of state is a northerner, he messes up, every northerner is blamed. No. Yorubas are very honorable people. Okay, but there's a difference in Yoruba land between an Omoduapi, okay, who is the ideal Yoruba person with moral character, and an area boy. Okay, so I want people to stop saying it's Southwest. Look, President Tinubu is appointing his own boards. Not because they are Yoruba, but because they are his own boys. And most of the appointments do not even reasonably cover the Southwest. Okay, so people should stop confusing the two. The appointments are not balanced. Yes, definitely. Definitely. You cannot argue that. But it's not a Yoruba thing. Don't punish the Yorubas as you have been punishing Northerners for the sins of the military. Okay? Let's focus on individuals and more individuals and hold them accountable. President Tinubu needs to do something about that. It's still not too late, you can correct it, but there is palpable anger in the north, and all the people around, all those telling him that everything is quiet, they cannot go to the north and say to vote for APC or vote for Tinubu today. But it's 2 years for the election. It's not too late to correct things. And I have passed this message through many of those close to him. I hope they have the guts to tell me.
And the last time we met was in the same studio, almost 2 years ago, when you were my guest on this program. So let me start by wishing you a happy new year and a very happy birthday with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And let me start with a simple opening question, because you said when you were last here, and at the time Bola Tinubu was a presidential candidate, that